Or maybe, well, there he is. Shadow Ops is in the room. Nice job, Eric. Good to see you, man. Sound is choppy. Okay, hold on. I thought I had it fixed again. I did an update on the software, and it's still, according to my brother. Hang on a minute. Let me do something here first. He said that other people have the same problem, and it's YouTube changing the controls. I have to do a little more research to have myself, but yeah. That's interesting. Okay. Well, all right, let's try this. How's the sound now? Any better? I'm just trying to narrow it down here. So is this still sound choppy, or is this better? Oh, the sound was cracking on my last post video? Oh, really? I didn't notice that. All right. All right. So Mike Nolan gave me a thumbs up. The sound now the sound's good. All right. Let me go back and change something, and then we'll come back on the other one. Hang on. Let me change it to all right. We're gonna switch to that mic and transition. Okay, so how's it sound now? Sound better? Sound worse? Is it a Godzilla movie? What are we doing? Got another thumbs up. Shadow says good. Okay. All right, we'll leave it. I'm gonna stop pushing buttons now. We'll leave it alone. But okay, sounds better, but the voice is out of sync. Okay, so it's a Godzilla movie again. All right, hang on. Let me see if. Let's see how bad I. Yeah, see that's. I can't figure that out. Let me think. Let me try one more thing. Okay. So, is my voice matching my lips here, or is this still out of sync? Oh shit, he's pushing buttons. Yeah. Yeah, I'm pushing. What is this? What bird of meat RC? What the hell is that? Who is that? Is that Mike Bird? What did you change your name again? Yeah. Well, this isn't the cheap laptop. This is the good laptop. I mean, this is running Windows 11. This is a new laptop, not as new as the piece of shit HP I bought. I took in the house, but this is still pretty new. It's running Windows 11. So this is a good one. It's a Leviathan, whatever. And yeah, it was working perfect when I made the video. My voice was in sync and everything, and then I and it had switched to default, which I'm going to try that right now on the other camera. Hang on, let me go back. Which I don't know what default is. It keeps changing it to default, but okay, so let's see. Is this... No, it's still out of sync. And I don't know which mic. I don't know which mic default is. So let me... Alright, let me try something else. Let me go back here. Try this. Okay. So this is... Alright, let me transition this. Okay, so what do we sound like now? And it looks like my voice is in sync now. So tell me how that's looking. Are we better now? Is this better? Are we in sync and it sounds good, or in sync and it sounds bad? You know what? I'm just gonna type my show. You'll have to just read the comments. I'll just type the message in there. You guys can read it. What's up? Because I don't know what else to do. This thing is pissing me off to no end. I gotta tell you. I upgraded my software. Listen, I haven't upgraded my OBS since the original load, because it had the chroma key in it and everything. So I've never ever updated it, and I was probably 30 versions behind. So I finally did the update. So now this is the latest version of OBS. And they did correct one problem I was having. Not that you guys would have noticed that one, because I haven't used it in a while, but it did correct one problem I had. And okay, now Mike Nolan says the sound is bad. Snap, crackle, pop. Okay, are we still snap, crackle, pop? Is it still bad? I'm thinking it's going to auto-learn and maybe fix itself. So before I go change it again, are we still bad? Change it again with let's button push. Okay, all right, I'll put it back. All right, hold on a minute. Put it back and leave it alone. Hell with it. Okay. This is the good microphone now. And the only thing is it's not in sync, I guess. It might sync up. It might get there. It actually looks closer. All right. Okay. All right. So let's look at this and how's the sound now, and better. Okay. Sound fixed. Okay. All right, we're going to leave it alone. Stop pushing buttons. We'll just if the lips are wrong, oh well. That's the best I can do. Roy, what's up? All right, so roll call. David, what's up? Good to see you guys. Let's see, who else? Shadow was the first in the room. Mike Bird, which he changed his name on here again, or maybe it's still changed. Mike Nolan. Let's see who else is here. We got some lurkers again. That's okay. Welcome, lurkers. So let's see here. Wiggs, good to see you, man. And I think I've covered everybody. If I missed you, raise your hand. Let me know. Philip, what's up? Good to see you. Yeah, I think I've got everybody. Yeah, okay. All right, so let's see what's been happening. All right, so I haven't done anything. Let's see. Bus, you ever do an oil pan gasket on an LS? Did my wife's on this past weekend? No, never done an oil pan on your wife's LS. No, never done an LS yet. You probably have to jack the motor out of the car. I don't think that oil pan clears the subframe. I don't think. What was your experience, Eric? Did you have to jack the motor up? Usually, if you just take one motor mount out, one bolt out of one side, you can jack the motor up crooked enough to get the pan out. I know I've done that on the LT motors, but I don't have anything LS powered. Well, I guess my truck is technically an LS motor, but I haven't had to change the oil. The oil pan had just been changed. The oil pan gasket went before I bought the truck. He had just had that done, so, and they left a piece of it in the oil pan. Oh wow, just removed the center section and it came right out. No kidding. Jeff in Lower Alabama, what's up? That's cool. All right, so yeah, the reason I know if I do a full throttle run and get the oil stirred up enough and get the piece of the oil pan gasket moving around in the pan, it gets sucked into the pickup tube, and then my oil pressure goes to 0 and the alarm goes off. And then I have to immediately shut the motor off, coast to the side of the road, and wait a second. I usually don't have to wait very long. I just pull over, stop, give it a second, not even a minute, maybe 30 seconds, and then I restart the motor and it's fine. And as long as I don't do another full throttle to stir the oil up, it goes back to the bottom of the pan and stays there. So I've done a few oil changes in the truck now, and I can't get it to come out. I just keep hoping it'll get to the drain plug hole and come out with the oil, but it doesn't. It hasn't yet. So, yeah, I was looking for you last night too, Jeff. I just figured I missed you or something. I don't know what happened. And I went there and where's Jeff? I said, did I unsubscribe accidentally? So I went to your channel and I looked. I said, no, he didn't do a show. Oh, wow. So, yeah, so you're missed, Jeff. When you don't do a show, people miss you. Unlike my show. Nobody misses me. Oh, you had the flu. Oh, Christ. You didn't get COVID again, did you? You were just writing at it. Oh, my God. Pretty sure it's the flu. Okay. Do you guys get flu shots? I've never in my life gotten a flu shot. Any of you guys get flu shots? Does it work? Last shot I got was the COVID shot. I ain't doing any more. I'm done with shots. Not yet this year. Yes, it works. Okay, well then I guess you should have done it. I guess you should have went and got your shot. Flu season started a while ago. If I remember right. Maybe I'm wrong, but... Yeah. Oh, no kidding. The Mirage 80mm is a ripper, huh? All right. Well, that's good to know. I take it the flight went well. Everything's good. So Jeff, when you get the shot, does it usually keep you from getting the flu, or it's just a lot less severe when you do get the flu? Yeah, I haven't had the flu in forever. Never got COVID. Um, keeps you from getting it. Okay. Well, I guess that works for you. So good for you. I mean, I'm glad that works. You know, a couple of people said it never worked for them, and that's kind of the gist I've been getting about it too. So that's why I don't do it. I'm pretty much a hermit these days, guys. I don't go anywhere. You know, I don't expose myself to the public very often at all. I never leave the house. I go out. This is my weekly schedule. Um, right now, Monday morning, I go to the chiropractor since the accident. So I'm back at the chiropractor on Mondays. And Tuesday, I go to my church dinner. And then I don't go anywhere Wednesday or Thursday or Friday. And then Saturday, if I go flying. And Sunday, if I go flying. Otherwise, I don't go anywhere. So, yeah, I never leave the house. And when I do, I only go to 2 doctor's offices. So my exposure to other people to get the flu is nil. I don't go anywhere. So, yeah, I wash my hands a lot too. Everywhere I go, and no matter what I'm doing, I wash my hands constantly. So I'm not sure if that works or not. I'm going to say it works because I don't get anything. But yeah, I wash my hands everywhere. So, Juno, what's up? Good to see you, buddy. So since I got I'm going to start off with the first thing is this, the new the 4-post lift. God, that thing, I'm using it constantly. I've had a car on it every day pretty much since I bought it. Doing a lot of car work for other people and myself. I did two or three oil changes. Let me think. I think I did 3 oil changes. I did the truck, I did my Impala, and I did my Daytona. That's right. So I've done 3 oil changes, and then I did Deb's car. So that's 4 oil changes. All right, and then I installed the air conditioning compressor pulley or clutch on Michelle's car. And then on Sam's car that's on the lift right now, I did a bunch of stuff. I had to replace the alternator AC power steering bracket. He took it somewhere and they changed the AC pump, and they didn't put the rear. It's mounted in the front and the rear. There's a rear bracket in the rear. They didn't put the rear bracket on, so that big heavy air conditioning compressor is hanging off the front mount only, and a good chuck, pothole, and the compressor will drop enough to break the main bracket. So he took it somewhere else, and they put a new bracket on for him and put the pump back on and did the exact same thing. They didn't put the rear bracket on, and that one broke. So he brought it to me, and I scavenged a bracket out of another car on the property and fixed it right this time, put a new front bracket on, added the rear missing bracket, and redid his air conditioning. Had to change the dryer and the hose. The hose was installed incorrectly, and the control arm movement wears a hole through the side of the the hose. So I had to replace the hose, the orifice tube, and the dryer. Recharged it, put dye in it, and recharged it. AC's working perfect. I thought I had fixed the power steering leak. It slowed it way down, but it's still leaking. So I'm going to pull that back off tomorrow and fix that real quick. I'm going to change the O-ring again, see if I'm going to try to put a bigger O-ring on it, or a thicker O-ring on it, and try that. And let's see, what else did I fix? I changed the idler pulley on his car, and let's see, what else did I do? Of course, I had to put new coolant in it, because you have to take all that off to remove the rest of it. So it's got new coolant, new power steering fluid, and new Freon. So anyway, got it all done, and now the pump's leaking again. Anyway, I thought it was stopped. I've been driving it around, and it's driving perfect, and everything looks good, and I wasn't seeing a drip on the floor, so I thought I had it. And then last night, I noticed, a drip, and then I went up there and I took some carb cleaner and sprayed it off real good, and then let that dry, and then sure enough, here I saw a drip, and I'm like, son of a gun, it is leaking. So I'll fix that again. I'll attempt to fix that again tomorrow, and then give that back to Sammy. He just called me. He wants to come get it tomorrow, so that's cool. I told him I'd call him when I got the power steering leak fixed. So, but other than that, and then I haven't. I thought I 3D printed something. I did print something. What did I print? I did print something. It was like a tool. I did print this, which I don't think you'll be able to see this. Maybe if I do this. I tried this, and it printed okay. Hang on a minute. Let me do this so I can see what I'm doing. See this little blue thing? Okay. What that is, the stupidest thing I ever seen. And Honda, I know I talked about this before, but for you that didn't hear it before. So on a Honda brake light switch, the switch mounts in a bracket, normal, like almost every other car, pretty common. And it's got the single button, not like a Ford. And, it's just a plunger button that, when you push the brake pedal, the button comes out and turns the lights on. And when the pedal comes up, it turns the lights off. Well, it's a steel piece right there. And they drilled a hole through the middle of the piece. Would have worked perfect if they just didn't drill the hole. I don't know why they drilled the hole. They drilled the hole so they could put this stupid thing in the hole. Why? This breaks, and then the plunger goes through the hole and your brake lights stay on. Kills your battery. What was the point of this? Why did they need to make this? Why didn't they just leave? Don't put a hole in it. I don't understand. What the hell was this for? So anyway, it broke, and she, her brake lights were staying on, so I tried printing one first, and I couldn't get it through the hole. And I heated it up real good with a heat gun and everything and tried again. I just couldn't get it to go through the hole. It's just too tight. So, and I guess I could have printed another one and made it slightly smaller, but I just decided I'd order, and they were only $2. I think it was $2.99 for 2 of them. So I ordered brand new ones. I think I might have one in the drawer here. And it looks like it's made out of a softer material. No, that's not it. Well, I have, maybe it's in here. So there was a pack of 2. I used one, but it didn't fit either. I couldn't get that to go through the hole either. And I tried heating it up and everything. So I finally just took an X-Acto knife and I trimmed it off until it did fit in the hole. And it went in tight, so I don't think it's going to fall out. And it seems to be made out of a soft nylon, well, semi-soft. It's still pretty hard. But it's not, this is made out of PET G. This is pretty hard stuff that I printed this out of. And so anyway, I fixed it with that, and that worked. And but that, I don't know why the hell they did that. That's the stupidest thing I ever saw in my life. You know, and Honda's pretty good. I really like the quality of their cars, but that, I don't know what the point of that was. So, no, didn't print another vase. Although I want to print this one again in a different color. And I'm thinking, well, I just bought, so I bought some new filament because I was going to do a dead bug in there. I bought some the TPU filament. That's the rubbery filament. So if I printed one of these in the TPU, I could literally just go like this and smush it and let go, and it would pop right back up to this. So I'm going to try that. And I got the box right here, so I'll show you what colors I got. And this was by accident. I didn't realize these are all transparent colors. I just thought they were solids, but no, they're all transparent. So I got this orange, and then, again, it's going to be transparent. So what that means is it'll be clear enough to see through it, but not solid, or not you know, it'll look probably like looking through a shower door that's frosted. That's what it'll look like. So I got orange. I bought a 4-pack cheap. I bought green. I bought purple. And I bought clear. And I can show you an example. This is the transparent clear. Okay, with a hole in it. I had to reprint that one. I dropped it on the floor, and now this is not, but this is not soft. This is hard, you know, hard filament, not the squishy stuff. But that's kind of what it looks like. So light will show through it. You know, you can see my hand in there, but it's kind of frosted like a shower door. So it's not, you know, it's clear, but it's not like crystal clear. And if I sanded and polished it like a headlight, I can probably make it crystal clear. But anyway. And then I bought one more roll of this, a blue. So I have these 4 colors plus blue. And I don't think I have I don't think I brought the blue out here. I meant to, and I don't think I did. Let me look a minute. Honestly, I didn't realize I didn't have it out here. I thought it was out here, and then I noticed it on the kitchen sink, and I was like, "What the hell's that doing in here?" I thought it was outside. So yeah, so it wasn't outside. So I thought I brought it outside, but I don't know if I did or not. I've definitely got that CRS, guys. You know, I can't remember shit. Because, yeah, I'm forgetting a lot of shit these days. There, screw that. So, I don't... Let me look and see if I see the other roll out here. No, I don't see it out here. Alright, yeah. So, but there's another roll of blue. So I was gonna try out my four color machine, which is okay. So this machine here is the K1 Max, Creality K1 Max 300 squared machine here, and then this machine here, in which the spools are up on top of it. There's a 4-spool head up there. This does the multicolor. This is my Anycubic Cobra S1 that does 4 color changes, so I can do a multicolor print, and then you get all the poop. Anyway, so that one I was going to load all the soft filament in here and do a stuffed animal kind of like dragon thing or a dog or something, and print it with that color there and see how it come out, because I haven't tried it. I haven't tried TPU yet at all, and I haven't done I've only done a flat four color toy thing, like a light box thing, as a test, and that's the only thing I've printed that's multicolored. I did 2 of them. They came out really good. So I was going to wind it up to try that. I haven't done it yet. But those are the 2 machines that are on this, and then the K1C's over there. The K1, that's the one that I only have that printer that can do hardened materials, carbon fiber, nylon, glow in the dark. All those are abrasive. And if you don't have a hardened tip in the machine, like I don't think either. This one might. I don't know for certain. It might have a carbon tip because I think it's the same. It's the same printer as that one, the same print head. So it might have a hardened tip in it. I'm not sure. It doesn't say it in the name. That one, the K1C, the C stands for carbon. This is a K1 Max, so I'm not positive if it has the carbon capable tip or not. But but I know that one does, and so I can do hard materials in that one, but it's a smaller printer. This is my medium size, and this is my large. And then I want to get extra large. I'm going to buy one more printer. For you guys that watched the video, you heard me talk about the new printer that's coming. I mean, there's one out already, but it's too small. I don't want one that small, so I'm going to wait for a bigger one. They're all going to do it. It's the next evolution in printers. Michael Bear, what's up? Flying tomorrow, win less than 10. Okay, cool. Flying real, not real. I know you don't like that word. Are you flying full size or model tomorrow? Yeah, with you never know because you can do both. You're one of those lucky guys that can do both. So yeah. So which are you flying tomorrow? You flying full scale or model? The purple should match my hair. My hair looks purple? Really? Oh, guys, listen. Here's the reality. I got to give you an update here because it'll blow your mind, all right? I only ever owned 5 rolls of filament on that printer. Right there, my Ender 3, okay? And I only ever owned 5 rolls of filament, and I never even used all of them. I printed bunches and bunches of vases and a couple of dragons, glow-in-the-dark dragons, the articulating dragons and stuff like that. And that's all I ever bought. Okay, I've already been through 10 rolls of filament, gone. I've got 10 empty spools in the cupboard over there, and I have another probably 20 spools of filament here that I haven't used yet. I haven't used all of it yet. I've done like this thing. This is a great print too. I love this car. This is a Chrysler 300 SRT8 car. And the difference between a regular 300 and the SRT8 is this little spoiler here on the back with the notch in it. Okay, so the regular 300 doesn't have this spoiler on it. It doesn't have. I think these tips are bigger. It doesn't have these canard wings on the side over here. See these right here on the front, right there. It doesn't have that, and it doesn't have this chin spoiler here. So all of those are SRT8 options. And then, of course, the bigger wheels and a bigger motor. Because this has the 6.1 Hemi in it. And all the other ones. All my cars, except my Super B has the 6.1 in it. But my Daytonas, my Magnum, the regular Charger RT, they all have the 5.7 motor in it. So that was the difference between an SRT8 and a regular Hemi, but visually, those are the visual cues, and this came out so good, and I can't wait to finish it. I just got to print it. I got to paint it some more to finish it up. But yeah, so that's pretty cool. I like that. But yeah, I've gone through at least 10 spools of filament already on all these printers, and and I've got at least another 10 or another 20 rolls of filament in the cupboard over there. Well, it's all over the place. There's a couple spools there. There's a couple spools there. There's probably 10 spools in the cabinet over there. Got these 4 on the ground here. There's another one over there. I think the other one's in the house. So yeah, I got filament hanging. There's one running on this machine right here, and there's one on that machine too. Come to think of it, so yeah, I got tons of filament to print. I could print for months without having to go buy more filament, as long as I'm printing with the colors I have. Does it hold water? Good question. I don't know if it will or not, but I think it would. I think this one will hold water. It looks like it would. I haven't tested that. I'd test it right now if I had some water in here. I had a bottle of water in here. Yeah, it's a good question. I have not tested that. It did break, just barely, right here on this top ring, right here at the top. It cracked, and I don't know why it broke right there the way it did. So I'm probably going to just glue it, but I'm going to print another one, and I'm going to adjust the filament so it prints thicker, and then that probably won't happen. But yeah, I really love this. This is the best vase I've ever printed. The texture and the detail in this is incredible, and I still can't believe it printed this in vase mode. I just can't figure out how all those facets and how they look like they're overlapping each other in there, especially in this area right in here. It looks like it was done in layers, and I don't know how they did it. I would never believed it would do it in vase mode, and it did. I couldn't believe it. So vase mode is just one continuous. It never stops moving. It does. Of course it's going to make all the facets and everything, but it's not like it does an inner layer and then an outer layer and it goes to the next. It's just one continuous roll in vase mode. If I had put it in another mode, it might have done an inner and outer. I guess it doesn't need to because it did vase mode, but yeah, I couldn't believe it did it. I didn't think it would work in vase mode, and it did. So that was pretty cool. Yeah. So yeah, you're right. I have enough filament to do a shitload of vases or a shitload of a lot of stuff. The reason I started out with vases and print a lot of vases, yeah, I should balance it. Yeah, it's a. It's because you get a big print like this, as big as that is, and it uses almost no filament to do it. It's so little filament to print one of these this big. Let me see if I can get it. Yeah, it's still below grade. Here, let me try this. Oh, still below. Let me back up a little more. There you go. Yeah. Now you can see the bottom of the top. So here's my drink cup. It's way huge. It would probably take 3 of these to fill that with water. So yeah, it's just a huge print, and it uses almost no filament to do it because it's completely hollow. so you get it done quickly. You know, I think that I don't remember how long that vase took to print, but it was probably about 45 minutes, maybe. And it's just amazing that it prints that. I could, you know what? Let me look here. I could probably tell you if it's still on this machine here. Let me look. No, that's the. There it is. No, hang on. I was gonna start the print, not actually let it print, but I thought it'll tell me how long it's gonna take to print if I start it. So, and if I did that, I'd have to print another one, and I don't want to print another one with that file because I want to increase the. I can increase the volume of the filament. In the settings, I can tell it instead of printing at 0.75 or 0.85, I can go like to 1.05, and what that means is it's going to press out in the exact same area as it's printing. It's going to push out more filament, which just ends up making each layer thicker, and I can adjust that to put out more filament, and that works really good when you're doing a vase mode because you're doing one layer. On some of the other stuff I print, I do 2 or 3 layers, and it'll do an inner layer, an outer layer. Now I could do layers. If I didn't put it in vase mode, I can just do layers, and do it that way. But that's going to increase the print time by quite a bit. Probably double it, actually, because it's going to do every loop twice. It's going to do an inner or 3 times, so it'll double or triple the length of the print if I did it that way. So it's easier to get a little bit thicker without increasing the time at all, just by increasing the flow, the amount of filament it flows at that moment. So that's a trick of how to do it. Hang on, I'm just getting caught up on the. Wow, Shadow, you might have had COVID if it's taking you this long to recover. Dark One, oh God, that's a tough question. How good a pilot are you? You know, first of all, that wouldn't be my pick. If you were only going to have one airplane for the rest of your life, that wouldn't be my pick. Because it limits what you can fly and where you can fly it. It's not a scale airplane, so you can't go to a scale event. It's not a military airplane, you can't go to a military event. So if you buy one of the other planes that fit both those categories, large scale, you can't go to a large scale event. It's only 1.5. It's got to be at least 2.0. So there's other planes I would buy. If I had to buy one airplane, I would not buy that. I would buy maybe, you know, if it wouldn't be a bad idea to buy the 2.1, the Carbon Z Cessna, the 150, and then repaint it with a military scheme, and then you'd have a nice high wing, easy to fly, just like your Timber. It'd be military, and it would be large scale, and that airplane you could fly at any event that comes up. You could go to that event with that one airplane, because you're saying it's going to be one airplane for the rest of my life, so I want to make sure I can get the most out of it. And so that's why, even my best airplane wouldn't be my favorite airplane. I've said it over and over again that the Carbon ZT-28 would be, if I had to have one airplane, that's my plane. Now, is it my favorite plane? No, it's not my favorite plane, but it's one of my favorite planes. But that one airplane, since I'm only going to have one for the rest of my life, I can take to any event. I can go to large scale, regular scale, military. It's just a fun fly. The only place I can't take it is to a jet event. So, but neither can you with the Timber. So, yeah. So that's my pick on that. All right. So I would want something that's military and large scale for sure, and then whatever, So mine would be the T-28. I mean, it flies better than the Timber. It's stupid easy to fly that airplane, and anybody in here will tell you that it's just stupid easy to fly. Great flying airplane, great looking airplane, great flying. I got 4 of them. I just bought one. This is the tail to it right here. So this is my last iteration of it. So I went ahead and put the decals on it, and I think I only cleared one side of it so far. Let me look here. No, actually, I take it back. I haven't cleared it yet. But I went ahead and put the decal on it so I could clear over the decal. So I haven't put this decal on any of the other ones. Well, I take that back. The first one I did. The red and white one. But the other 2 yellow ones, I never put the decals on. Both of those are going to get painted. So I kind of expected that. That's why I didn't put the decals on. But yeah, so that would be my advice. If you have to buy one airplane and it's the only plane you're going to have for the rest of your life, make sure you buy something that covers all the categories so you can take it anywhere you want to go. If there's a big scale event, like if you need a high winger, you want that stability of, then the Carbon Z Cessna 150 would be my pick, and then I would paint it military. Make it look like a bird dog, and then you could get away with it. You could take it to a military show, you could take it to a large scale show, a regular scale show, or a regular just fun fly event. That plane will go anywhere. It fits all the categories except jet, and that's the biggest bang for your buck. The Timber you can only take to a fun fly. It's not scale. It's not big. It doesn't fit any category. It's just a fun fly airplane. So if that's going to be my one airplane for the rest of my life, I would make sure it covers all the bases. That's just my opinion, but that's what and I've told that story more than once. It's not my absolute favorite airplane, but it's definitely one of my favorites. And my other planes are just not big enough. My new Super Tucano is another super great airplane, but it's not large scale, so I couldn't go to a large scale. I can go to scale, I can go to military, and I can go to fun fly, but I can't go to large scale with that one. So, since I can only have one for the rest of my life, it's got to be something that goes to all. I want at least those 4 categories: large scale, regular scale, military, and fun fly. It's got to fit those 4 at least. So that would be my pick. Yeah, Roy, you're absolutely right. Listen, even now I just put my Super B on my lift to see where the leak's coming from. I was hoping it was a tranny line, and it's not. It's coming from the front of the transmission, and I was going to take it to a tranny shop, and they're going to charge me $3,000 minimum to pull the tranny and replace the front pump or the pump, just the front pump seal. And so no, I'm going to do it myself. Yeah, it's a big job. It's going to take me quite a while. The car will probably be on the lift for 2 weeks because I just won't be able to do it all at once. But I'm doing it myself. I'm just not going to take it and pay somebody and have them fuck it up. I'm just not going to do it. I'm going to do it myself. I've been doing all my own work and my whole life, and I'm going to keep doing it. I was just telling Deb yesterday, or the other day, I told her, I said, you know, I used to love working on cars. I'm starting not to like working on cars anymore. And I think the reason for that is because other than the oil changes, I have been working on my own cars. I'm working on everybody else's cars, and I'm just not enjoying working on other people's cars. I want to work on my own damn car. So I think that's where that was stemming from, is the fact that I just haven't had a chance to work on my own cars. Do some repair work on cars that are mine, and I've been working on everybody else's cars. So we'll see how that's going to go. But yeah, I've made up my mind. I'm not paying a shop to do it. I'm going to do my own tranny. That way, I if I screw it up, I didn't pay somebody $3,000 to screw it up, and I can just do it again. I'll just pull it out and do it again until I get it right. I don't anticipate that happening. I'm just saying, that all the cars I'm working on, there was a Richard's car too. That was another car I worked on. These cars came from other shops that have fucked their cars up, and then they bring them to me to fix what the shop fucked up. So Sam's car came here on a trailer. Again, he's going to drive it out. Richard's car came here on a trailer, on a tow truck. He drove it out. Michelle's car came here. She drove it here and drove it out because it was just the air conditioning on hers, so that didn't stop her from driving it. But yeah, so they went to a shop and they did nothing but fuck everything up, and then they bring it to me and I fix it all. So that's what I've been working on. And you guys, I don't know if you've had to do that or not, but it's always harder to work on a car that somebody else has fucked up than to just work on whatever was wrong with it in the first place. Because now not only am I fixing what was wrong, but I'm fixing everything that they fucked up, trying to fix what was wrong with it. So it's double the work for me. And it's a pain in the ass. Yeah, I'm never gonna. I'm pretty certain that I am never going to buy another brand new car because the warranty sucks. Everything they're producing today is garbage. I mean, they're having failures right and left. I've been watching a couple of YouTube shows, and one of the shows, they want you to run these new cars. They've got the tolerances so tight that they want you to run a 0-20 oil. Even my Daytona calls for 0-20 oil, and there's no fucking way I'm putting 0-20 oil in it. Not happening. So I put 530 in it, and I added some Lucas synthetic. I run nothing but synthetic and full synthetic, and I added a synthetic, the Lucas synthetic oil stabilizer. I only put about a half a quart of that in on that car, but yeah, I'm not running 20 weight oil. That's just stupid. So what they had found, they have some kind of a scanner. It's a well, it's like a mic, but it's a tool that runs over the journal of a crankshaft. Okay, and it tells you how flat the surface is, microscopic. Okay, and it's got hills and valleys on this microscopic polished crankshaft. Where the journal is. The mains and the rods, and there's all these valleys and and hills, and the oil pressure with 20 weight oil. You know, the problem I have with these motors, all I can do is put 30 weight oil in it, and that cures the problem. You'll never fuck up the motor if you just run 30 weight oil in it. But if you run 20 weight oil in it, you're gonna fuck it up. And that's, you know, and all the experts, you know, because I've been watching these shows, and they've all come to the same conclusion: if they would just run 30 weight oil in it. And the reason they run 20 weight oil in it is because to get the gas mileage that the EPA, you know, expects. You know, they have to meet all these standards of pollution and all that, and the 20 weight oil is less drag on the components, so you get better gas mileage. You know, what are you going to get? 1 mile a gallon more, maybe? I don't know, but it's not worth risking the motor over it, for me anyway. I don't give a crap about mileage to the point that I would risk blowing the motor up to try to get better gas mileage. So I wouldn't do it. What year is that truck, Roy? I look like I'm trying to squeeze out a fart? Really? No. No, I don't have to fart. Yeah, all right. You brought it up. I'll confess. All right. I was in a Zoom one night, and I farted, and Spencer said I shattered myself, and I said no, it was just a fart. I did. No, he was right. I couldn't believe it. I went in the house. I didn't feel it. I didn't know. And I went in the house, and oh my God, what a mess! You know, I did shit myself. So, and he heard it, and he thought I did, and I said, no, I did. No, I did. I really did. I thought I'd feel it if it was, you know, all wet and good, but no, I didn't. And you know, I didn't. And when I went in to go to the bathroom, I'm like, oh my God! And I was laughing the whole time because, you know, Spencer told me I did, and I told him he was wrong, and he was dead right. So. Oh well, it happens, you know. It happens to the best of us. So anyway, but no, I don't even think I don't even think I farted so far I've been out here. I don't think. Yeah, no, I don't watch Cletus anymore. This is kind of a work shirt now. I got fed up with Cletus. When he started his channel and everything, you know, they were doing some cool stuff. They were doing, you know, regular mods, good mods, you know, practical mods and stuff, and I was enjoying it. And then they ran out of shit to do and started doing the stupidest crap. And you know, like they put a turbo on a car, and they ran the turbo the compressor turbo part of the pipe all the way around the building. I don't know if you saw that episode. You know, they went out the back door all the way around the building and came back in the front door all the way back to the car, so that the turbo had to feed the air that it sucked in all the way around before it got back to the motor. Why? Why did, you know, just to see how much lag they could get, but it was just stupid. But I let that one go. I was like, okay, whatever. And then the last straw, though, but it kept getting stupider and stupider. Oh, I didn't know your lungs were fucked up from your military career, Shadow. Wow. Yeah, I'm quite a bit behind. I'm trying to get caught up. What what happened in the military? How did your lungs get fucked up in the military? All right, I'm gonna stop. I gotta just get caught up. Yeah, get the Harbor the Harbor Freight Prancer. Yeah, Jeff, you're a big fan of that one. Yeah, Roy's right there. He said that the 150's got, it's much easier to take the wings off the 150 for transporting. It's super easy to take those off and put them on, and no retracts to deal with. So yeah, that's definitely the simpler of the planes for sure. So yeah, get the 150 and paint it military, and you got all the bases covered, and that'd be a great airplane. Just for the pleasure of flight. Well, that's a tough one also, Mike Bird, but I still think it's hard to fault the Carbon CT20, and even if it's just the pleasure of flight. But I probably would go with this. Maybe my Super Tucano might be a close rival to that. Possibly. I'm trying to think what other airplane I enjoy flying more than those. Maybe a jet, but I would never buy a jet as one. If I only had one plane, it wouldn't be a jet because it's just a battery killer. Yeah, well, Philip, that's because you're talking about a front-wheel drive car, aren't you? Where you have to take the motor out to change the alternator. Um, that's why I don't like front-wheel drive cars. They're not built to work on. They're a pain in the ass to work on. So I don't work on front-wheel drive cars here. Now I did fix Michelle's Honda. That was the exception because she's a good friend, and it took me forever to do that job because I just don't have the tools to do it. It was a pain in the ass, but. Yeah, that's why I don't like front-wheel drive cars. They're not built to work on. You literally have to drop the whole thing out the bottom or whatever to work on it. It's a pain in the ass. So, yeah, Dark One, I think that kind of is their plan, really. It's just to, when you break your airplane, don't fix it, just buy another one. I think they would rather sell airplanes than parts. Um, they make more markup on the part than they do on an airplane, um, but they don't make the big sell is to buy all the parts. You know, just sell you a whole nother airplane. It's a smaller profit margin, but a larger gross amount. So yeah, same thing with a car. Yeah, cars today are basically throwaways. You know, when it gets to the point where if the ashtray's full, it's time to get another car. You know, that used to be the joke when everybody smoked. That's really can't use that one anymore. But that was the joke before. Yeah. Now I guess if it needs an oil change, it's time to get another car. So. Okay, I think. No, actually, they have changed the tolerances, Shadow, because they're much tighter now. Because if you take a 1960s Hemi motor and put 20 weight oil in it, you won't have any oil pressure at all. It won't. It's not thick enough to make oil pressure. You won't have any oil pressure. Yeah, they definitely made all the tolerances tighter because they want to run thinner oil, and but they also, the quality's not there. They used to make the hills and valleys were much tighter tolerance back in the days when they were making quality cranks, and now they don't give a shit. They don't take it to that level. So you've got all those valleys and peaks on the. We're talking microscopic here now. You can't see it. It looks like a polished surface, but when you run one of these tools over it, that microscopic tests, that shows a very different picture of the hills and valleys of the crankshaft, and so yeah, it's. Yeah, Craig Beeman, you just because you didn't do it right. That's why it was so hard to put the nose gear in that plane. You put it in with the gear up. If you'd have put the gear down, it would have gone right in. We talked about that already. Yeah, it went right in if you put I installed mine with the gear down, and it went right in. So yeah, it wasn't hard to install at all. You tried to put yours in with the gear up, and I don't know if that would have been a fight or not, but apparently it was. Yeah. So but yeah, hey, you live and learn. If you ever do one again, you'll know how to do it. And it'll be much easier the next time. So, um, okay, I'm caught up. Uh, Now, Shadow, he's talking about the FMS one. Yeah. Yeah, he bought an FMS one and had changed the nose gear, and he said it was a fight. And when I rebuilt mine after the crash, when the motor quit, um, it went right together. I didn't have any problem at all putting it in. But I put the gear down. I started fooling it with the gear up, and I thought, this isn't going to work. So I powered it up and put the gear down, and then it went right in. So no, I saw your answer about them got burnt, but what exactly burnt them? How did that happen while you were in the military? You weren't doing anything around chemical stuff, were you? I thought you were just a drone guy. What did they have you do that actually scarred your lungs like that? Yeah, you guys don't know what ice is over there, do you? Yeah, I've heard that before. You don't really put ice in any of your drinks over there. If you ask for ice, if you're a foreigner and ask for ice, they give you 1 cube. You know, no, I need some ice. Not 1 cube. You know, what is there, a shortage on ice? I don't get that. Oh, yours what? You told me when we talked about this before that you had it in the up position. Because when I said I put mine in the down position, you said you put it in the down position. What? Yeah, you asked me that. So I said, yeah, that's how I installed mine. So anyway. Oh, Philip, I missed an update on your job. What job did you get? I know you went on a bunch of interviews. Did you get a job, and what did you get? What are you doing? Yeah, good point, Mike. Yeah, the winter looks nice through a window. That's the way I want to view winter, through a window. Or even better yet, remote camera is fine too. I can bring up a camera up in Ohio, like in downtown Cleveland, and watch from here. Oh, look at all the snow they're plowing. Oh, no kidding. So that's what did it? The fires that they were burning in Iraq? Oh, wow. That's crazy. I wouldn't have thought. So the smoke and everything was just coming your way, and whatever the hell they were burning burnt your lungs. Wow, that's horrible. Damn. Oh, you didn't get the job. Oh, wow. All right. So you're still working at the farm. Okay. Hell, that's a full-time job in itself. It don't pay anything. That's the bad part. But, yeah. Yeah, Roy. Roy! Move to Florida! Please! We could hang out. We would go flying all the time. We would go car. Well, listen, I got a drag strip that's 5 miles away. You could take your Cuda or the Camaro to the drag strip. You need to come to Florida, dude. You just need to come down here. You know, it would just, man, your life would be so grand. We would have such a good time. You know, going flying or going racing, one or the other. You know, so yeah, you need to get your butt down here. Stop procrastinating. There's no life in Washington. Just get the hell out of there. Oh my God. Why did your crew and animals come down to Florida? Is there a show down here? Do you have show animals, and you brought them to Florida for a show? Is that what's going on? Did they give you a Shadow? Did they give you any kind of a mask or a respirator or anything to wear when you were doing your job? I mean, did they supply you with anything like that? Yeah, especially the F7F clear coat is gorgeous, man. I'm Roy talked me into that one. I did my new one, and when I get the rebuilt one back together, I'm going to clear coat that one too. Once I finally fix, it's all repaired. I just have to assemble it, and then I'm going to test fly it, make sure it flies good and everything, and then I'm going to doll it up. Then I'm going to have to do some, some Gorilla Glue mixture, spread on, sand off to fix the damaged foam areas that are not structural damage, just cosmetic, and then I'll repaint it and clear it. I would use Minwax, the water-based Minwax. I've got a water-based. It's a different brand. Oh, I think it's upstairs. Yeah, because I'm clearing all my planes up there. And it works, but I don't like it. It doesn't work near as good as the Minwax. I really like the Minwax better. Yeah, I've thought about doing it silver, Roy, or even in the fire. Or the fire one, or the China Lake. I don't know if you remember that one, but it had yellow wings. It was a blue fuselage, and then it had yellow wings with, I think, red stripes on the wing. So yeah, there's a couple of different color schemes I thought about doing, since I'm going to have to paint the wing anyway. I won't have to paint the fuselage unless I change the color to silver. The fuselage just came, perfect shape, perfect blue. So, no, it's a spray can. Yeah, you can buy Minwax in a spray can. Just spray it on. Did you buy a silver one, Craig, or did you repaint it silver? Yeah. So I haven't really thought about what color I'm going to make it, because I'm not to that point yet. I'm going to fix it first, make it pretty, and then once I get it all, prettied up, smooth, and get all the there's going to be some slash marks that aren't going to steam out, and some, there's some foam missing in a couple places. So I'm going to have to do my water foam, my Gorilla Glue water trick to, basically put a skim coat of Bondo on it, and then sand it all down, and get it all puttied up, fixed, and then I can paint it. So. Just a gas mask in case you got gas, huh? That's all they provided you? Wow, that sucks. Yeah. The silver one might not look much different clear coated, honestly. I'm sure it would be shinier. It would probably look a little better, but man, it makes a huge difference on the blue. It really does. The blue one it pops when you clear coat it. So yeah, super glad you recommended that, Roy. I really like that turnout. That turned out. I just flew it the other day. Last week I had that one out and flew it. I flew everything but my, and I had it at the field. I just didn't get around to flying it. I got 9 flights in, which is pretty good considering my back. I got 9 flights in, but they were all propeller planes. I didn't bring any of the jets out. I had two or three jets with me. I had the Viper, and I had the F-100 Super Sabre. Yeah, that's the only 2 jets I had, but I didn't fly either one of those. Yeah, but you got to remember, Roy, my flights are 12 minutes long, not 5 or 3. You know, Spencer says he gets like 18 flights in a day. Yeah, but they're only 3-minute flights because he's flying a jet and he flies it wide open. So, you know, so my 9 flights at 12 minutes is way more airtime than his 18 flights at 3 minutes. So, do the math. So yeah, it's. Yeah. That's why I said that, Shadow. Yeah, if he flies wide open, he might as well put his throttle on a toggle switch. Just gun it until it gets a battery warning or until the 3-minute timer goes off, and then he lands. So yeah. So how many flights do you usually get in a day when you go to the field? 8 minutes is good. That's a good flight time. Anything between 8 and 12 is what mine all range in. I flew it for 8 minutes on a 4,000 pack this past weekend. I don't think he puts the McLaren away. Do you? Because he doesn't have another car. He's waiting for the Range Rover or the Land Rover or whatever. Usually 8 to 10 flights. Yeah. So I got 9 flights in, which was I feel that was a pretty full day. I used to get 10, 12, 14 even, because I just kept flying. I could, I didn't have to go sit down. I could just keep, standing out there flying didn't hurt my back. And oh, you do put it away for the winter. All right. Well, what are you driving daily right now, Mike? You did put the McLaren away. Well, what are you driving? All right, Shadow, are you out of here? Did I see? Gonna bounce. Okay. All right, Shadow. We'll see you later, man. Thanks for being my first in the room again, buddy. Appreciate it. You almost lost it a couple weeks ago. Why? Slippery roads? What? What happened? Oh, see, I have all of them, Roy. I've got 3S planes, 4S planes, 6S planes. I've got a 12S plane. Yeah, when I charge everything up. And then what I don't use at the field, I'll put on my discharger. I used to. Hired? Hired. I don't know what that means. Oh, wet leaves. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that'd do it. Yeah, so I used to charge before I had a generator. So that's probably been 3 or 4 years now. I used to pre-charge everything the night before, and then I'd go to the field with one 6S, like a 6,000 6S pack, and run it through my smart checker to power a charger, and and then I would just peak charge every battery before I put it in the plane. So it's, you know, 0.4 amp, and it would take, you know, 3 to 5 minutes to peak charge it back, you know, because it, you know, over the night it would, you know, the charge would drift down a little bit. It only take 3 to 5 minutes at 0.4 amps to peak it. So each battery I put on that charger being powered off of a six cells 6000, and just peak charge everything before I flew it. So that was my total procedure before, but now that I have the generator, I just charge batteries, you know, right there at the field. I'm driving a hire car. What is that? You mean a rental, or are you using like do you guys have Uber or Lyft over there, or some other company? Is that what you're talking about? You have somebody drive you around, hire a car, or do you rent a car? Yeah, drive it like you stole it. Yeah, I think he did, and he almost lost it. Yeah, that's what I figured. I just yeah, hire means rental. Yeah. Same thing here, Roy. Yeah, it's a 45-minute drive to the field, so I make a day of it. Sometimes I do an overnight. If I'm going out there for the weekend, that's why, you know, I used to stay in my trailer for the overnight. I go out there, fly all day Saturday, spend the night, because I don't want to drive home 45 minutes, drive back the next day 45 minutes. You know, between the gas it takes to burn and all the, you know, an hour and a half of drive time, you know, I just spend the night. So I'll camp out. Now I've got this new camper that's when I take enough gas to run the generator all night for the heat, it'll be beautiful to stay in the trailer. So, but yeah, yeah, same thing. I make a day of it. I'm not going to go out there. You know, the guy, oh, why don't you come out you know, tomorrow night? Yeah. Listen, I'm not driving all that way out there for 3 hours of flying. It's not worth it. You know, it's too far to drive for 3 hours. You know, if I go for the whole day. You know, and for the same reason you just said, you know, make a day of it. It's too far to drive to not make a day of it. So, yeah, it's well, you know, so far, honestly, the trailer I built into a camper, you know, well, all I did was put a bed in it. You know, this one's got, you know, cooking facilities, a bathroom, shower. You know, I've got everything I need. If I go back to Bigfoot, you know, I won't have to borrow Craig's shower to you know, take a shower. I have my own now. So that'll make it nice if I do that kind of a camp where I'm going to spend 3 or 4 days. But just an overnighter, my old trailer worked better. Now I'm still learning. You know, I'm still trying to figure out where to put the airplanes in this one, how to put them in there, where to put them in there. You know, it's you know, I got to learn it all over again. And I haven't built any plane racks yet for in there, and I haven't decided if I'm gonna or not, or you know, I haven't decided. I'm still working on that. But yeah, it's just you know, getting used to the new trailer and figuring out how I want to pack it. Yeah, you know, you might want to keep I don't know for you or not, but for me the toy hauler was a much better idea, and I didn't come up with that idea. You know, there was a buddy of mine that flew out there for a long time. I haven't seen him in a long time, but he showed up with a toy hauler, and you know, it was so nice to have. You know, once he got the airplanes out of the trailer under the canopy, you know, he had this whole big open trailer inside to, you know, hang out in. watch TV, cook a meal. You know, it was really, you know, nice to have all that room. And then it's versatile too. So, you know, if I want to put a four-wheeler in there or a golf cart or, you know, even a small car, I could put in that. You know, it'll hold. I could probably put a Mazda Miata in there. It'll probably hold a Mazda Miata. It's got that much room in it. I don't think it'd hold anything bigger than that, but like a smart car would be a piece of cake to get in there. Of course, golf cart, four wheelers, motorcycles. You know, I can put any of that in there. So yeah, I really like the toy hauler idea. I liked it when I saw it before, and I hadn't seen one. I mean, we were looking for trailers for a couple of years now, just randomly, you know, not really crazy, and I never had a toy hauler come up. Nobody's ever tried to sell one. This was the first time I'd seen a toy hauler, and then when I went and looked at it and the condition it was in, I was like, you know, well, damn. Now this thing, I didn't know that at the time. Obviously, it must have been in some kind of accident because it's got a rebuildable title, not a rebuilt title, and I didn't know the difference. A Miata and purple hair. What? Dude, the color guns on your TV must be fucked up because I do not have purple hair. I don't know what you're watching on it, but you know, I just dyed this hair brown, for Christ's sake. It's definitely not purple. No, I'm not going gay. and I listen. The Miata is a great autocross car. So, you know, if you wanted to get into autocrossing cheap, the Miata is a great choice. It's light, it's agile, you know, and there's a good class to run them in. So, and that's why I said the Miata, because the Miata group is where I used to go autocrossing with. It was a Miata group that got us into autocross. You know, my buddy Howard said, hey, you know, I found this autocross club. Maybe we could call them and see if they'll let us come out. So I did. I called them. I said, hey, you know, we got a club of Impala SS's. You know, we'd like to come to your autocross. You know, is that okay? Would you mind? And Jonathan's such a great guy. And he said, no, man, come on out. We'd love to have you. That'd be awesome. So we did. And we kind of started a fight. It wasn't intentional. It just happened. They made the case super big, the course, real wide. They thought we needed all this extra room because of how big our cars are. I mean, you know, our cars are 3 Miatas. So they thought we needed all this extra room. So they made this course really wide and big. And we ended up, almost all of my guys, I think there were 7 of us that went. And almost every one of our guys beat more than half the field of Miatas. First time out. And they were pissed. Not everybody, but the Karens, I'm just going to use that term. The Karens were pissed. And we didn't know that. You know, they didn't say anything that day. But at the next club meeting, the Miata club meeting, they were pissed, and they said, well, you know, that was bullshit. We made the course so big for them, blah blah blah. So if they're going to come back, they're going to have to run a regular course that we want. And yeah, Craig, listen, it's still gray. I just, you know, let me finish my Miata story, then I'll get back to the dye. So the next course they made it super tight. I mean, super tight. And they couldn't get through it. If they apexed the corner perfect, they could get through it. Otherwise, they had to stop, back up, and go. And we've got horsepower. All we did was stab the throttle and swing the back end around. We had no problem getting through the tight course. It was a piece of cake for us. you know, we just throttled up and broke it loose and swung the back end around, and we were gone. And that really pissed them off. I guess at the next meeting, they really had a, you know, it was a battle, you know, because now we all beat, you know, we beat almost everybody that day. I mean, not the fast guys. There's a half a dozen fast guys. We didn't beat them, but we beat all the average guys. And they were super pissed because they had to stop and back up. And, you know, we didn't tell them to do anything. We didn't ask them to make the course bigger for the first time, and we didn't ask them to make it tighter. We were just going to do whatever you guys make. We're going to come and we'll deal with it, you know. We're not, you know, we just want to come have fun. We're not here to, you know, cause problem. Well, that forced the club to break into two clubs. They all the guys that wanted to race started their own club. We drive fast, but they stayed members of the Miata Club. So when the Miata Club went and did their casual drives, you know, to go on a field day or whatever, a drive day, and they'd go to a castle and or something as a group, they would still do that. But those guys didn't want to be bothered with the racing anymore. I guess we took the fun out of it. You know, big four-door car beating them pissed them off, and they you know, they didn't want to do that anymore. So, you know, so that started a whole new thing, and now there's barely any Miatas there. Even the guys that used to drive Miatas have bought different cars. So now the We Drive Fast group is anything, whatever you want to bring. It doesn't matter. You can bring anything. They don't care. So, so that's how that happened. But yeah, we love going there. Great bunch of guys. You know, I'm kind of upset that we upset these guys, but that wasn't our intent. They just didn't like losing to, you know, big four-door car, you know. So, you know, and I get it. I mean, I'll tell you another story about that. So, yeah. So, Greg, I dyed it 2 weeks ago, and what it was. I think it's called Just for Men. I think that's what I bought. Light brown. Because that's the color my hair is. And it was getting too gray. I mean, it was almost all white. Especially in these lights. It was just, I just looked like you know, a cotton top. And I just wanted to get some of my natural color back. So you know, this is the bottle you get and the hardener or whatever they call it, you know, you mix together, and it's a one-time shot. You're supposed to use the whole bottle, and I didn't. I took about a third of the bottle and mixed it up and put it in my hair, and I, you know, rubbed it all through and everything, figuring it wouldn't get too dark because I'm not using the whole bottle. And it worked. Nobody noticed that I dyed my hair, you know. Nobody here. Deb didn't see it. I went to church. Nobody noticed I dyed my hair. Nobody. It was hilarious, you know, because in here, in the chat, they go, "Oh, I thought you were going to dye your hair." I did dye my hair. So anyway, what is that word? Person. I don't know what that word is, Mike. What the hell is personag? I don't know what that word is. So anyway, I didn't want to make it solid brown. It's still got a lot of gray in it, but it just, I love it. I think it looks perfect just the way it is. It's just the right amount of mix between the brown and the gray, where if you go back a couple episodes and look, my hair's white. I mean, it's not in person, but on here it looked white. So yeah, when you hit 65, Mike, you're going to have a lot more gray. You might consider it then. This is the first time I've dyed my hair ever in my life. You know, and I just wanted to try it. And like I said, I didn't want to go full Mac. I didn't want to look like Tom Cruise. You know, I didn't want it dark like that. I just wanted it, you know, a little a little more brown, a little less gray, and that's exactly what I got, and I love it just the way it is. So it was just the right amount of. Oh, it's a car. Okay, thank you. I didn't know that, Mike. All right, so now I get it. So that's just the name of a car. What kind of car is that? Yeah, the Ron Papel spring out here. Yeah, no, I didn't want to do that. JCB, what's up? Yeah, no, I didn't want to do the spray on. I did a real dye. But like I said, I did it on purpose, light, so that it wouldn't go full brown. It was just going to be a less gray, and it came out perfectly. Nobody noticed. You know, Deb walked right up to me when she got home from work that day. Didn't say a word. she didn't know. She didn't catch her eye at all. She had no idea I dyed my hair. She didn't know I dyed my hair till I said it on the show last week. Then I come to the house and says, "You son of a bitch, you dyed your hair." Yeah, and you didn't notice. And we both laughed like hell over that because until I told you, because you guys said I thought you were going to dye your hair. I did dye my hair. So yeah, it was funny as hell. And then nobody at church noticed it either. One of the girls at church. Because sometimes I wear a dress shirt to church dinner, and sometimes I wear a t-shirt like this, something that looks a little dressier than a, plain old t-shirt, and she said, "You really look nice tonight." And I said, "Well, thank you," but she didn't say, "Did you dye your hair or anything?" She didn't. She just kind of, I guess, the whole package. I was wearing a dress shirt that night and the hair and. I just guess I look better, so she made a comment. She says, "You look really nice tonight." Thank you. So, but nobody said, they noticed I dyed my hair. Not even you guys. You didn't even catch it. I had to tell you I dyed it. So, anyway, it was funny. The funniest part was Deb, though. And when I went in the house, and she's like, "You son of a bitch, you dyed your hair." Yeah, and you didn't notice. What did I miss? JCB said something that we don't need that crap. I missed it. Oh, Ron Papel. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's kind of the that's the cover the bald spot. You're basically spray painting your bare head to match your hair, so you don't look so bald. That really wasn't hair dye. That was cover the bald spot. Brill cream. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, so one of my funniest autocross stories, and I've told this story before, but some of you might not have heard it, was I was at an autocross down in Fort Myers, and it's a pro solo event. So you run two mirror courses, okay? So they're exactly opposite each other. And you run to one side, you run the other side, and then the combination of the two is one run. And it's all, the class they put me in is called F stock because it's the only V8 rear wheel drive class there is. And so I have to run against Mustangs and Camaros, Firebirds. Those are the cars I'm running against. And I'm surprisingly competitive despite that fact. I mean, I'm, only a couple tenths of a second difference between them and me. And this one guy kept coning one of the courses. So, oh God, here's a Brill Cream. Jeff's just put up a Brill Cream, probably a Brill Cream ad. Great, Jeff. Let me go see what this is. There you go. Yeah, see, that's way too dark. I didn't want to look like that. So, anyway, so this one guy kept coning, and he was driving a Mustang. So I'm up at the board, the timing board, just looking at the times, and, you know, see how close I am. And I'm there. I'm right there. I mean, we're talking milliseconds. And so while I'm standing there, this other guy walks up, and I don't know who he is. He doesn't know who I am. And we're both looking at the board. And all the classes are on the board, so we have no idea what we're looking at, you know. And so we're both standing there looking at the board. And then this other guy comes up and he puts his arm around him and says, "Hey, Mark, can I call you a cab? Because he's faster than you." I started laughing. And they looked at me. "Are you driving the Impala?" I said, "Yeah." They said, "Dude, that thing is awesome." So it gets a lot of respect. People just don't expect that car to go that fast. They really don't. It just blows their minds. You know, I mean, I was beating a guy, you know, a 7-time national champion. His name's Danny Shield, and he wanted to drive my car. We were having a battle that day. I'd take the lead, he'd take the lead. We were the only 2 cars in the competition. The next guy down was 4 seconds, 3 or 4 seconds, not tenths of a second, 3 or 4 seconds off our pace. It was just him and me. It was a two-car battle. And we're talking about a Porsche Boxster S and an Impala SS. I mean, you can't get to 2 opposite ends of the spectrum than that. And we're trading the lead all day long. And at the end, he wanted to drive my car. He come over, he says, "Kenny, that thing is freaking awesome. Can I drive it?" I said, "Sure, go ahead." So he come back with a smile that went all the way around his head. He was just couldn't believe it. He said, "Can I go again?" I said, "Yeah, go ahead." So even he loved the car. He couldn't believe it. So, you know, but yeah, it's you know, I don't go to these events that like I'm going to win it. Although if they make the course that tight, I have a shot at winning it. You know, it was a super tight course, which is where that car shines because it accelerates off the line so much harder than everything else because of the torque. You know, it's got 330 foot-pounds of torque stock. And so my launch is incredibly quick. And that's where, if I'm on a tight course where we don't worry about speed, you know, that's where the car shines. So if I went to an autocross like that one, I would have a shot at winning it. But they're never going to make one like that. Everybody else wants, especially the Porsche guys and the Corvette guys, they want wide open. They want to be going 100 miles an hour through the cones. You know, they want big, wide, long, you know, slaloms so that they can do 100 miles an hour or close to it and cut through the cones. And that's not really autocrossing. You know, that's drag racing with a twist. You know, that's not really. So you know, it'd be impossible to get. And they named that, you know, when they would make up, somebody would drop a course each week. It was always a different course every week. We never ran the same course. And this particular course, I forget who made the course. He called it the corkscrew. And that's what it was. It was a really, really tight, you know, corkscrew type course. And my car just ate that up. It loved it. So that was a great day. That was a lot of fun that day. So Brute was the smell. I remember that. What the hell, man? Do they even still sell that? Until you said that, I forgot all about that shit. Brute. Is that still on the market? Do they still sell that shit? I haven't heard that in forever. Oh, is Wiggs leaving? All right, Wiggs. Yep. Have a good night, man. We'll see you later. All right. What other fun stories can we talk about tonight? Let's see. Dark Man, are you still here? Dark One, are you still here? I keep seeing my count go up and down. So, is there a Zoom going on, Jeff? Are you popping in and out of the Zoom? Is there a Zoom going on tonight? Oh, excuse me. $4711 splashdown. I don't know. I have no idea what that is, Juno. I haven't got a clue. Oi, oi, oi. Well, all right. What's the first part of that? There's, something. Oi, oi, oi. What's the first part? I forget. Isn't that a Scottish chant? Yeah, good for you, Craig. It's not still working? What happened? What did you give up on that? Yes, don't know, some weird Aussie crap. Yeah. Book 'em, Dano. Too old? What? Yeah, you're never too old. What are you talking about, too old? Women get old too, They old women still need love. Yeah, me too. That's all I get, Roy. It's ridiculous, especially Facebook. Oh my God, I'm about ready to get off Facebook. I'm so tired of the ads. Oh my God, it's one dating site, whatever, hook up this, whatever. Yeah. Well, that's the ones. I finally figured it out. Listen, these aren't hookup sites. They're not dating sites. They're not meant for you to find somebody. They just want you to chat, and pay money to chat. That's all these sites, all of them. They're not interested in you meeting anybody. They want you to just pay to chat with a woman that could be anywhere on the planet. And that's all it is. It's all about paying money. I've never paid for any of that shit. Not once. I absolutely refuse to do that. But it's just that's all they want. They just want you to go online and talk to a Ukraine woman or an Asian woman or whatever and chat with her for, you know, how many dollars an hour, whatever, you know, and forget it. I'm not paying to do it. I ain't gonna do it. It's no, you know. Listen, I'm pretty sociable. If I wanted to just go chat with a woman, I'd go over to Applebee's, which is right over here across the street from me, sit down at the bar, and strike up a conversation with somebody. You know, it wouldn't be hard at all. You know, there was a couple that when I went to buy that car down in Miami at rush hour traffic when I was leaving. So I went to a steakhouse. What was it? Roadhouse? I think it was Texas Roadhouse down in Miami. And I sat at the bar, and a couple came in and sat down. Actually, they were there first. I take that back. Yeah, they were late. They got there just before I did. And then he went, I don't know if he went outside to smoke or whatever, and I started chatting with, you know, his date. And we were chatting up a storm, you know, while he was gone. I don't remember if I started the chat or she did. I don't remember, honestly. But, you know, I don't have a problem striking up a conversation with somebody. So, and I can do that for free. You know, I didn't even have to buy her a drink. He's buying her drinks. So I'm talking to her, and he bought the drinks. So I didn't have to buy the drink, you know. So, yeah, that's good too. I was having fun with a girl not too long ago at the grocery store. We kept meeting in every aisle just about. And I told her to stop following me. She started laughing. And we started talking a little bit. No big deal. But yeah, you can strike up a conversation in the grocery store. I mean, you know, it's, it's not that hard. So I'm certainly not going to pay for it. That's for sure. What a waste of money that is. Why? Because you are you flirting? Honestly, because I'm a big flirt, and my wife's used to it. You know, well, ex-wife, whatever. Deb's used to it, but yeah, I'll flirt with the waitress. We're just having fun. You know, I'm not trying to pick her up, but you know, I do that on purpose, just for fun, just to get a laugh out of them. You know, and So yeah, Roy, you and I are so much alike. I'm telling you, it's hilarious. Yeah, so I do that all the time, you know, and I just do it for the fun. I like making people laugh, and so I just start flirting with her a little bit, you know, comical stuff, and it makes her laugh, and then I laugh, and you know, so yeah. I mean, a long time ago, I actually while I was still married to Deb. We weren't married very long. I mean, a year or two, I think. I met a girl at a car show, and she was this gorgeous doctor. And she was driving a Camaro. And when we hear all our Impalas are all parked together, and she said, do you mind if I park here? Oh no, you can park here. Come on, park with us. Yeah, that's fine. So she got super friendly, easy to talk to, just having a ball, you know, talking with her and stuff. And and I was asking her some questions about the car, and she goes drag racing. You know, at some point she told us she was a doctor, and we're like, wow, her doctor, and and then she mentioned she went drag racing, and I said, really, you drag race this car? And she goes, yeah, I love drag racing. And I'm like, really? And then she says, yeah, I've got cutouts on this car. And I said, really? You've got block-off plates on the car? Do you have a switch inside, electronic? No, I have to crawl under the car and uncap them. I looked, you crawl under your car and uncap cutouts to go drag race? And she says, yeah. I said, will you marry me? And Deb was standing over and she goes, hey! And I looked back and I said, shut up, I'm working on something here. Again, just fooling around. Everybody's cracking up, including the girl. And Deb still to this day gets on my shit about that. You know, I was just clowning around, and she still to this day still holds that grudge. She's still mad at me for that. You know, it was a joke. You know, and obviously if I was serious, I wouldn't do it in front of her. I mean, come on, I'm not an idiot. Yeah, I like women too. I think, honestly, I think the greatest gift God gave us was women. I really do. They're just beautiful to look at. They're fun to be around. You know, I don't have very many guy friends because guys, no offense, guys, you know, and I'm not referring to any of you, but you know, most guys are pigs. So I don't want to hang out with guys like that. It's not my deal. So. So I have more friends that are women, you know, because they're just nicer. So, but that's why I love hanging out here with you guys, because I love you guys. You guys are so much fun to hang out with. All of you, you know, when you put, you know, like Jeff did a minute ago with the Brill Cream ad. I love that stuff. It's hilarious. You know, so yeah, I just. Yeah, there's a lot of truth to that, Mike. Honestly, and over the years, that's gotten to be a more true statement than ever. You know, it's really cheaper to hire a whore than to get married, and you get laid a lot more with a whore than you do when you get married. So, you know, it's a win-win. You know, when you want to go flying, there's nobody to answer to. You know. You're not paying for the whore that day. You're going flying. So, you know, so yeah, it's there's a lot of perks to that. Anyway, I still listen. I still love being married, though. I like. I'm just old fashioned. I want to be married, and you know, and to a woman that I'm totally in love with. And you know, but anyway, that's just me. Yeah, but whores are cheaper for sure. Yeah, pigs, cows, yeah, dogs. Don't forget the dogs. You've had more whores than wives? Okay. I've never done that. I've never hired a whore. I haven't gone down that road yet. Yeah, of course you're talking about women, Mike. We got that part. You just left out one of the categories. That's all. I was merely correcting the category you left out. Yeah, that stand I had with Linda, she didn't want to change me. We were pretty great together. She had some flaws, but um, nobody's perfect, you know. And her flaws weren't a problem. I mean, you know, a couple of things happened that, you know, I told her, I says, you know, she wanted to go to the flying field with me, and I said, okay, well, you might want to bring your own car because, you know, I'm going to make a day of it. You know, like Roy and I was just talking about. You know, I'm going to be there all day. I go out and spend the entire day till dark because I have planes I can fly in the dark. So, you know, I'm going to make a day of it. We're going to be there 12 hours probably at least. And she says, that's okay. I want to ride with you. And then we got there, and we weren't there maybe 5 hours, and she's crying. She wants to go home. She's hungry. And I just looked at her and said, we're not leaving. I'm sorry. Well, I'm hungry. I said, I don't care. Listen, I told you to bring your own car, and you didn't. So just suck it up, because we ain't leaving. I'm going to fly until I'm done flying, and you're just going to sit there and you know, and deal with it. That's all there is to it. You're not going home. I'm not taking you home. You want to walk out to the road and get a ride? Go ahead. I don't care. We're not leaving. All right? I told you. That's why I told you to bring your own car. And you promised me you weren't going to bitch about it. And here you are bitching. So she shut up after that. Yeah. And then the next time we went out to the field, she packed sandwiches. So I was like, okay. Well, I guess, and she never bitched again. You know, I guess she didn't take me serious when I told her, we're going for the whole day. That's why you should probably bring your own car. And so she never bitched again, though. But she packed the lunch then. She brought food for us to eat. And, you know, so anyway, that was one of our little. It wasn't even a fight. It was just, you know. She wasn't going to get her way. I don't know. Maybe she's like a lot of other women that think they get their way all the time. Not with me, you don't. That ain't happening. You know, I just tell it like it is. You better listen to what I tell you, because when I tell you that, I mean it. So you better listen. I usually bring snacks. Well, it depends. So. In the past, I always bring drinks, because peeing at the field is not a problem. Pooping at the field, for quite a while, we do have a portable pooper out there, but we own it. And nobody wants to pay to clean it. So it gets pretty disgusting for a while that nobody would even use it. And so in that situation, I wouldn't eat. I just wouldn't eat. I have no problem fasting. You know, I just did 2 48-hour fasts back to back. You know, and it's not hard for me to go 2 days without eating. It's pretty easy. So I would not eat when I went to the field, but I drink a lot. But I could just stand behind a tree and pee, no big deal. And since we don't have facilities to poop, I would not eat. But that could change now, because my trailer has facilities in it. So now I might go out there and cook a steak or whatever, well, so the guy that used to take care of the shitter, who was his idea of taking care of it was putting a box of Rid-X in it, which that's not how you do it. That doesn't work. All that does attracts all the flies and you know, because they just eat the bacteria that the poop is, you know, the Rid-X is breaking down. They eat. So now the thing's just full of these little tiny, you know, bugs. So that you got to have it cleaned. So he died, and the new guy that took it over actually is paying somebody to come out and clean it. The problem is nobody will give him any money, you know, to pay him. He's paying out of pocket to do it, and nobody will contribute. I mean, he gets a few dollars here and there, but not enough to cover it. And you know, and it's kind of nice to have it. Although I wish we would buy a new one. This thing's ancient. It's so old. It really is a piece of crap. It's a crapper that's a piece of crap. I'd like us to get a new one, but yeah, just, you know, nobody wants to pay the money to they all use it, you know, when they need to, but they won't pay to, you know, to support it. And the owner of the field, Bo, he wants nothing to do with it. He don't even talk to him about it. He didn't want it here in the first place. You know, he don't care. He's not getting involved. You guys do what you want with it. If you want it here, you want to get rid of it, I don't care. He says, but I'm not getting involved. I want nothing to do with that thing. And so he's not helping support that in any way. Is that all it costs? Is $30 a month? Huh. That's pretty good, especially for you guys, because you're. I can't. We must have to charge way more than that, because if it was only $30 a month, why the hell wouldn't we just have them bring us out a nice, brand new, clean, modern, pooper? I mean, this thing is so old. I mean, it looks like, it doesn't have a flat top. It's got a big round dome top on it, and it looks more like a phone booth than a pooper. It's just a really, really old piece of crap. And yeah, we don't have a club. That's a 4-letter word in our. We don't have a club. There's no dues. No, and Bo won't take any money from us to fly there. He just loves to have us out there. He won't let us pay him anything. So that's the problem. So there's no dues. There's no money to pay for. Bo cuts the grass himself. He's very proud of his. That's his baby, his lawn, his runways. He spent a lot of time rolling them, getting them nice and smooth, and putting grass down. And yeah, we don't have any dues. We don't pay anything to fly there. All we do is contribute to a birthday present and a Christmas present. He'll take that. He lets us buy him that. So everybody will chip in, $5, $10, $20, whatever, to buy him a Christmas present and a birthday present. And that's it. But yeah, he won't take money from us. So we don't have any kind of official club. We don't have any meetings. None of that. You just come out and fly. So, yeah, Bo mows the grass. It's his field, it's his grass, and it's his baby. So, he cuts the runways every Friday. He's got a mower that does 18 miles an hour. And that's pretty damn fast for a lawnmower. I gotta tell you, I think my original one only went 6 miles an hour. I think my new one goes somewhere between 9 and 11 miles an hour. My newer one. It's we were just talking about that the other day. This new mower I have, it's 11 years old now. We've been here 11 years. We bought it the first year here, so. Because my old mower was a riding mower, but it's just too small. It wouldn't cut. It took 7 days to cut 3 acres. So when I got to the other end, I had to start over. It's like painting the Brooklyn Bridge. You start at one end and paint to the other end, and then you start over again. Because by the time the years have gone by that it took to get to the other end, you got to start over. So it's just one continuous, keep repainting. So that's how it was to cut grass here. And after, I don't know, 2 or 3 weeks of just continuously cutting the grass every day, I just told Dad, we got to buy a mower. We got to buy a mower. I can't do this. So we bought this Husqvarna 61-inch deck, and it works great, and it's been working great for 11 years, and I've had to do almost no maintenance on it, and it works great. So, and it's I can cut the whole property in about 3 hours now. So 3.5. I usually don't do it all in one day though. I usually do it in 3 days. I do it hour and a half one day, an hour next day, hour the next day. Roughly. It depends if I have to stop and pee or not. Depends if I have to get off the mower to go get a chainsaw and cut tree branches or not. Stuff like that. But yeah. Yeah, most fields have they have dues to pay because that pays for the keeping the grass cut. And although Jeff, you guys cut your own grass, so what do you guys do with your $195 a year and you're cutting your own grass? What are the dues for? You must have a pretty pretty big, treasury. Because you really, what are you spending the money on? I mean, you're flying off of a fly-in community runway, right? Isn't that a fly-in? People live on that, and they fly real airplanes off of there. So, what do they? How does that deal work exactly? Because you're only using a small portion of it, and I don't even think you're really using their runway, are you? Maybe a little bit of it, but I think your guys are just cutting your own. You cut your own area where you fly, and that's not on the main runway. I don't think, is it? Yeah, that's kind of what happened when I left the field that I was flying at, and I didn't leave because anybody pissed me off or anything. It's just nobody was coming out there anymore. Um, I was coming out there every weekend, and I was the only one there, and it was on private property, and we didn't have any dues there or anything either. But nobody was coming out, so I left, and I was training this one guy. This guy had a lot of issues. He was OCD and Vietnam War veteran, and had been pretty messed up from the war, and so he wasn't a real sociable guy, and he wasn't easy to be with. So and we got along good. So I was able to teach him how to fly, and so he really enjoyed flying with me. And then when I left, he would come to the field and I wasn't there, and he made some comment about because there was nobody there, and he hadn't been there for a while, and I just got tired of flying alone, so that's why I left. And so he come out to the field, several times. There's nobody there, and then one day everybody was there, and he says, "Oh, I thought all you guys left with Kenny and went to the other field." Because I did call him, and he called me actually, wanted to know if I was going flying. I said, "Yeah, but I'm going to this other field. I don't fly over at Chuck's anymore." And he says, "Well, where's the other field at?" And I told him where it was. He goes, "Oh, that's too far away." And I laughed. I said, "Well, it's still in the same county. I mean, we're not, we're in Pasco County. We're not leaving the county. It's still in Pasco County. It's not that far away." And he's like, "Oh yeah, I can't drive that far." I said, "Okay, whatever." So he made this comment that, "Oh, I thought all you guys left and went to the other field with Kenny." Well, Chuck heard that and got pissed off, thinking I was, that I tried to get everybody to go to the other field, and I didn't talk to anybody. So I went flying there one day with a friend that was local, to Chuck's field, and he wanted to go flying. He's not a regular flyer. He only flies when his brother-in-law comes into town. So they called me and wanted to go flying. I said, "Okay, let's go." And we went over there, and I didn't know I was banned from the field. And I got over there, and we were flying, and then Chuck waited until they left, and then he told me, you're not welcome here anymore." And I'm like, "What?" He says, "Yeah, you're not welcome here anymore. So don't bring your friends here. Don't come back." And I'm like, "Why? What happened? What are you talking about?" And he says, "Because you left and went to the other field, and you tried to take everybody with you." He says, "I didn't take anybody with me. What are you talking about?" And he says, "Well, that's what Greg said." And I said, "Well, I don't know where Greg got that, but I didn't ask anybody to go to the other field. I don't know what you're talking about." I said, "RJ's the one that took me to that other field. RJ can still fly here. Why are you being this way with me when RJ's the one that took me to the other field one 4th of July years ago. You know, what? I don't understand. So I said, okay, whatever, Chuck. And I packed my stuff and I left. Well, I heard through the grapevine that he started interrogating everybody out there, and they all said the same thing. What are you talking about? Kenny didn't call me to go to another field. What are you talking about? He didn't call you to go fly at the other... No. Everybody said the same thing. I don't know what you're talking about, Chuck. No, Kenny never called me at all. I don't know what you're talking about. So he finally got the picture that I didn't do that, and he wanted me to come back flying again, but his wife didn't. Jackie said, no, I can't come back. So, okay, because he did... It was actually RJ that contacted us all in a group text. Hey, I'm going out to the flying field today, Chuck's, to do some night flying if anybody wants to, meet up. And I replied, yeah, I'd love to come out night flying. Because Chuck had told me, we're okay now. And I thought we were okay. And then a few minutes after I posted that, I got a text from Jackie, Chuck's wife. You're not welcome here. You're not coming out here. You're not welcome here. So I copied and pasted it back into the group text. Well, I guess I'm not coming out. And here's why. So everybody knew Jackie's the one who put the kibosh to it. And, and I don't really care if I piss Jackie off with that or not, because, screw her. I mean, she just told me I can't come out there when Chuck said I could, so whatever. So they tried to revitalize the place by... Now, see, the field we flew on wasn't even our property or the guy... It wasn't Chuck's property either. It was the adjacent property to his property that he went and asked the guy, hey, would you mind if I put a gate in between our properties and we would use that little part of your property? He had like 10 acres or something. It was pretty big to fly radio-controlled airplanes on. And he said, no, that'd be fine. No problem. So we would cut it, ourselves, that area, and keep it kept for our flying. And we did that for years. And then when nobody was coming out and I left and then I wasn't allowed to come back, nobody came back. So then they decided they're going to build a porch. They're going to build this wooden overhang, a wood porch with a shelter over it, and put a refrigerator out there and some lounge chairs and, make it like a patio. So they did that, and then I came out. They invited me to come out to that. That was before Jackie banned me, and I wasn't helping. I was just hanging out, and and then I left, and then it was after that Jackie banned me, and then a year after that, the guy had sold the property, and the new owner doesn't want to fly in there. So the whole thing went away anyway. They went out to fly one day, and there was a fence where Chuck had put a gate so they could open up to go in that field. The guy fenced it off. That was a subtle hint that, hey, you're not allowed to fly here anymore. But whatever. So yeah, so it's done now. There's no more flying over there at all now. So I don't even know what they do with the porch that those guys all built for no reason, but whatever. So that was a weird situation. So, but yeah, everybody's got, life gets in the way, and everybody that we used to fly there with me all got something else to do. You got either different interests or something in their life changed, and nobody was coming to the field anymore. So I went somewhere else. I don't want to fly alone. I can do that here. I can fly right off my own property if I want to fly alone. So, so that's why I went out to the other field. But that just turned into a big deal, whatever. Yeah, there's about 70 some people that are on our chat at our field, at Bose, the field I fly at. But there's never more than 10 or 12 at a time ever out there. Usually it's 5, like you. It's usually like 5 guys. But sometimes we get, on a Saturday, we might get 10, 12. Now, usually on the 4th of July we have a big cookout. And we get a lot of people then. But it's not a lot of flyers. Bo puts this thing up on Facebook. So all the people in the neighborhood come. They're not flyers. They don't fly there. They just come for the free food. So we have all this food we're feeding the neighborhood that just wants to come out and have free lunch. You know that it's like, you know, Bo, you got to stop putting that on Facebook. This is ridiculous. You know, these people aren't here for anything but the free food. You know, this is supposed to be for us. You know, and and then same thing at Christmas. We usually have a big cookout, or Thanksgiving. No, I don't think we're doing anything at the field for Thanksgiving. Well, you know what? While we're here talking about it, let me go to our Facebook page and see if there's any posts about something going on for Thanksgiving. I have someplace to go on Thanksgiving. You know, a friend of ours has a big cookout every year for Thanksgiving, so we usually go there. But yeah, let me see if there's anything going on at the flying field for Thanksgiving. Yeah, I hadn't looked. Yeah, I forget. If I know we do it as 4th of July, do a lot of fireworks and shit, but they usually do something either at Thanksgiving or Christmas. Here's 210 members. All right, so we have 210 members of the group chat thing. So let me go here and see if we've got a post up about. Nope, nothing up about Thanksgiving. So I guess we're not. Yeah. All right. So yeah, I guess we're not doing anything for Thanksgiving. At least no post yet. No, I missed a post here. Hang on, let me go back up. You know, Phil, it usually only takes one person. There's usually somebody that is holding the whole thing together. And at Chuck's, it was me. Because when I came out there, I'm into everything. So we actually put a table out on the field with chairs around it. We'd all sit at the table with our headsets on, flying FPV drones, and I cut a course around the place that was really cool to fly over, and then we would just chase each other around. And we put a couple of gates out there to fly through, and we had a great time doing that. So, and I was the one that put the gates up and maintained all that. And we had a great time with that until it stopped. You know, all of a sudden nobody came out anymore for that either. It tapered off. First one guy didn't show up, then another guy, and then it was only like 3 of us, and then they just got disinterested in doing it with only 3. So we usually had 5 or 6, and yeah, so that went away. And because I fly everything, I was the first guy to bring a jet out there. Nobody had ever brought it, and they didn't think they could fly jets off that field. Well, why not? I don't know. We just didn't think we could fly a jet off this field. So my first jet out there was the Dynam 262. I brought that out. That was the first jet that flew off that field, and not a great jet. It flies really good, but it's just the design. You know, the ECUs were in the fuselage. No air got to them, so they overheated badly. And several of those planes caught on fire because of that very thing. The flight time was short, so it wasn't a great jet. And then when Freewing came out with the Avanti, I bought one of those and brought it out there, and that was a big hit. Man, everybody loved that. You know, it flew so good, and everybody just was so in awe over seeing a jet, because none of these guys had seen a jet. You know, old timers, and none of them had seen a jet before. So that just set the world on fire out there. I don't think anybody else ever bought a jet, though. You know, I think I was the only one out there flying a jet that I can remember. I can't remember anybody else bringing a jet out there. Everybody was... Chuck, you know, basically J3 Cub. You know, that's all you need. You know, that was his attitude. You know, all you need is a J3 Cub. You know, you don't need to bring nothing else out here. You know, if you guys were all flying Cubs, I wouldn't have to cut the grass so often. Yeah, like, okay, whatever. So when he said that, I said, well, I'll cut the grass. You know, can I come out here and cut the grass? And he said, yeah, if you want. So I started cutting the grass. You know. But I have several J3 Cubs, so I would just bring those out there too, you know, and he loved that. And he was a Vietnam guy also, so when I brought the A1 Sky Raider out, he just he just was bonkers over that airplane. He loved that. So, but yeah, so that all went away. And then at the new field, you know, Bose, which has been going there 11 years, it's not really new anymore. There's a few guys that fly jets. It's mostly prop stuff. Mostly, you know what? Mostly they fly. And I hate this airplane. I know you guys, a lot of you guys like that airplane. I can't stand that. That Aero, the Aero. What the hell's that thing? Stupid thing called? Somebody's gonna, probably Jeff is gonna put the name up here in a second because he loves that airplane. That wasn't even that damn thing. The Aerosport, is that what it's called? I think it's called an Aerosport. A lot of guys have that one, and a lot of high wing, you know, timbers, and then there's a couple guys that build flight test planes. Aero Scout, that's it. Yeah, and thank you, JCB. Yeah, the Aero Scout, and so there's a bunch of those, and then there's some guys that are building flight test planes, you know, the foam board planes, and flying those, and then it's just a real random spattering of E-flite stuff, because everybody out there, almost everybody out there has to have safe to fly, so they're all flying Spectrum with the safe on the whole time. Yeah, we don't have a lot of yeah, it annoys me too. Now I only flew one, and they had a very valid point, and I think Jeff is the one that said it, and it was a very valid point. The only Aero Scout I've ever flown was Dave Brunel, you know, Dave It Yourself, because he came down to Florida to visit his half brother, and then he came over the flying field, and we flew all day together, and I flew his Aero Scout, and I thought it flew like shit. I mean, the wing loading was heavy. It's just, it doesn't fly very good. There's so many better airplanes than that. The Timbers are a perfect example of a plane that flies way better than an Aero Scout. And then Jeff said, well, you know, Dave's plane is so full of paper tape and hot glue, it probably weighs twice what it's supposed to. And I started laughing. I go, you know, there's a lot of truth to that. You know, you might be right. It's very possible that's exactly what's wrong with that airplane. So, and I have an Aero Scout. I didn't buy it. I inherited it. One of the guys at the field died, and Bo was in charge of divvying it up, all of his stuff. He brought it all to the field, or his family did, and Bo gave me the Aero Scout. So I have his Aero Scout. I've never taken it out to fly it. But yeah, my only experience with an Aero Scout was David yourself's, and it probably was full of paper tape and hot glue, so it might have been way overweight. so Jeff had a very valid point there. Yeah, see, the Bixler's a much better airplane, I think, than the Aero Scout. I think the wing loading on just looking at the plane looks to me like the wing loading's too heavy. So it's just not. Yeah, there's a guy out there flying it the other day. We had one of the guys took the landing gear off his Aero Scout, was flying it without the gear, and I was kind of wondering why he did that. But yeah, so you owned 5 Aero Scouts? Oh God. Oh, Mike, I'm telling you, you're a nut. Oh my God. Yeah, I know you think that, Jeff, and you're, yeah, listen, you're entitled to your opinion. I don't think it's a great trainer or fun to fly, but that's me. But again, you were right. You know, the only one I've flown is Dave's, and it was probably full of paper tape and hot glue, so it was probably heavier than shit. I guess I'll have to take mine out and fly it once, just to see, because, you know, I just don't think it's a very good airplane. But that's just me. So we'll see. I don't know. Yeah, I see. I train everybody with. I have a Timber X that I teach everybody to fly with, because you know, at half throttle with half flaps, it's so stupid easy to fly and land that I can usually get a guy to solo in one day. You know, we'll fly that plane around for the day, and they'll land it all by themselves, you know, in one day. And I just think that's a great airplane for that. You know, I think the Timber X is a way better than the Timber. It's more maneuverable, and I think it's more steady, because I had a Timber and I converted it to a Timber X. Horizon had all the Timber X night Timber X pieces on sale at like 70% off. So I bought a fuselage and the wing and the stab, and I don't think I had 80 bucks in all those foam pieces, and then just moved everything from my Timber to my Timber X, and then I actually got 50 bucks for the Timber, you know, the bare fuselage and wing, you know, the bare plane. I got 50 bucks out of it on top of it, so it didn't cost me almost nothing to switch it over to a Timber X, and I love that so much better. I love that Timber X. So yeah, I guess that is one aspect of it, I guess. But I've never broken a prop on that, and none of my guys I trained to fly ever broke a prop either. We never had to stop flying for a broken prop. You know, the Timber X just flies so good that nobody nosed it over and broke the prop. You know, it just, you know, never happened. But yeah, having the prop up above is definitely going to keep you from breaking props. I got to give you that. You know, I hadn't thought of that in the beginning. But yeah, it's just not my favorite airplane at all. I think the what's it called? The crap. Let me look it up. I forget what it's called. I'm having a brain fart here. And I have a couple of them. I actually have three. I have two foam ones and the wooden one. And I can't remember the name of it right now. Valiant. I remembered before I looked it up. I didn't get there yet, and I remember. Yeah, the Valiant. I love the Valiant. That's a great airplane. It's good looking. It flies great. It's got sturdy landing gear. Just a great airplane. So I have two of the foam ones, and then I bought the Balsa Valiant that was on sale. I think it's I believe it. I don't. It might be an E-Flite, but I think it's a Hanger 9. I don't remember. I haven't put that one together yet. It's still in the box. I got so many airplanes still in the box I need to put together. But I think the Valiant's 100 times better flyer than the Aero Scout. So, but anyway, so I used to train people on that one until I put the Timber X together, and now I use that one. And it's so easy to fly. I love that airplane. So anyway, that's my take on that. On top of that, the Aero Scout's just ugly as sin. It's just an ugly airplane. Yeah, they could have at least, you know, I get the whole high pusher prop idea, or it could have even have been a puller. It didn't have to be a pusher. Just put it on top, and that would have worked. But they could have put some shape to it, you know, made it look, you know, like a PBY or, you know, something, you know, anything. Yeah, it's just not a good looking airplane at all. Well, I would have used to believe that, Juno, except that I don't have any planes in the house anymore. Well, I take that back. There's still 1.5 airplanes in my house. A wing from the oh god, I'll never remember the name of that one right now. And I really love that airplane. There is one foam jet in the house. I really need to get that thing in the air. And then the wing, but it's a balsa wing. So yeah, I don't have any foam airplanes in the house anymore. They're all out here in the garage, and I spend way more time in the garage or in the house than in the garage. So yeah, I just bought the real Flght. I didn't buy the whole package thing. I just bought the real Flght. I bought the one that came with the transmitter. I didn't want to use a dongle in my real transmitter. I just bought the one that came with the... It's actually right here. The data link, whatever they call this thing here. Interlink. The Interlink DX. Yeah. This is my radio for the real Flght. And I got a broken switch I got to fix again. I dropped it and broke the gear switch. So, but yeah, so that's what I bought, was this, you know, with the cord. And that way I don't have to fart around with my real radio. I just use that. Yeah, it's pretty ugly. And you know, I just, you know, I like planes that look like real airplanes. It doesn't have to necessarily be a real, like the Timber. That's close enough. That looks like a real airplane. I mean, it's not a real airplane, but it's close enough. It looks like a real airplane. So I like that plane. It's not like, but anything that doesn't look like a real airplane, like the Ugly Stick, for instance. I'd never own one of those. I don't care how good it flies. Listen, I got great flying airplanes that look like real airplanes. I don't have to buy this ugly thing that, you know, doesn't look like an airplane. I just don't own anything that doesn't look like an airplane. It's got to be it doesn't have to be exactly scale, but it has to look like a real airplane. And that's my only criteria. You know, I like to look at a beautiful airplane flying by. That's why I fly at eye level or lower. I'm not way up there. You know, I want to see it fly by. I want to look at the beauty of the airplane as it flies by. So that's why I fly at eye level all the time. Yep, the Draco. My Husky's still in the box. I haven't finished clear coating it yet. But yeah, I got my new Husky. I definitely want to get that out to the field. Looking forward to that one. I've got a Draco. Yep. I love you know, I love all kinds of airplanes. I don't have a genre of, you know, like it's got to be a jet or it's got to be this or that. I like them all. I love all of them. I love flying them all. I like looking at them all. But like I said, it has to look like a real airplane. Yeah, the only time I'm at 100 feet is if I go vertical on a maneuver. You know, like if I'll go roaring past, you know, at right on the deck. You know, sometimes lower than lower than the gear. If the gear's up on my jet, I fly lower than the gear would be, all the way down the runway, and then I'll go full throttle and go vertical, and I'll go vertical to 100 feet, maybe higher, just, you know, for a moment. That's the only time I go high. The rest of the time I'm always down on right on the deck. I don't fly high at all, just to do a maneuver. I'll do a corkscrew straight up, 100, 150 feet, and then I'll come back down. So, unless I'm flying my glider and thermaling, then that I'll get that up. I've had my glider to 1,885 feet, I think was the highest it was. And I had a GPS in it. It was telling me what my altitude was. And I got up to 1,800 feet. Which is, really not that high. It sounds high in feet, but that's not even a half a mile. It just sounds like it. It's a lot, but it's not even a half a mile high. But I had my glider up to 1,800 feet. It was a pretty. It was just a tiny little stick up there. All I could see was like a cross way up there. It was a. Well, not necessarily, Mike. I mean, my jets, I've got jets that fly 8 to 10 minutes, no problem. It's just if but I throttle back. I'm not running wide open throttle. Even a jet at half throttle is pretty damn fast, way faster than your prop planes go. So I don't fly a jet for the speed. I mean, that's not why I'm flying them. I fly them because they look cool, and they're fun to fly. But I never go full throttle ever. I don't even take off at full throttle. You don't need to. The planes are so overpowered. So yeah, I've got jets that fly, 8-10 minutes easy. No problem. And you go out there and look at my videos. I mean, it's not like I'm making this shit up. You can go watch me fly a jet for 8 to 12 minutes, depending on what jet it is. So yeah, it's not hard to fly a jet a long flight as long as you know you have to manage the throttle. And I don't like short flight times. That's why, you know, if I'm only going to get 3 minutes out of it, I ain't flying. I've got a jet here that it just cannot get any time out of it, and so I don't fly it anymore. I've been thinking about changing the motors and fans because it's an old jet. It's an old Aero. The Aero's, I think it's the MiG-28. There's a MiG-29. What I forget. I think that's what it is. It's the twin. I think it's twin. I think it's twin 64mm fans. Yeah, and it is a battery hog. I mean, you know, 2.5 minutes, and I'm already getting a low voltage warning. So I could probably push it to 3.5 minutes. That's just too short. I don't want to fly it. If it's going to be over that quick, I don't want to fly it. Yeah, so I've heard bad things about that airplane, which I'm really surprised because X-Fly makes good shit. But yeah, I've heard a lot of bad shit about that A-10. But it's a 3-minute blast. Which plane is that, Roy? That's a 3-minute blast. Oh, your A10? You really like flying it though? Oh, that's good. I'll tell you one of the nicest, best flying long term fly planes is the Viper 90 that E-Flite came out with. The fan and motor package in that is very easy on batteries. I mean, as long as you throttle back, you know, I get 8-9 minutes out of that plane easy. Just, you know, and that's at half throttle, a little under, sometimes under half throttle. It's still doing probably 50 miles an hour. You know, it's a jet. They're just fast. They're so aerodynamic that they're fast. Now I know it'll go probably 100, 110, but I don't fly it at that speed. I'd rather fly it for 9 minutes at 50 miles an hour than 3 minutes at 100. You know, I want to fly it around. I don't want to put it in the air, make 2 high-speed passes and have to land, like the B-2. You know, the B-2 bomber. No, not the B-2. The B-1, the Bone. Yeah, that's a total battery hog. Literally, you take off, and if you can make 2 passes, you've done good, and then you got to land. And I'm like, no, I wouldn't even waste my money on that. You know, it's just stupid. The new Tomcat. Now, which one's this, Mike? Is this the motion one? Let me look. No, wait a minute. I got to wait for the ad to go by so I can skip it.
Well, pilots, I have the need. Do you? The need for speed, that is.
Yeah, twin 64s. Okay. I don't like the new color scheme though. Didn't they have the
pilots? The all-new 64
the Nimitz color scheme before the
F-14 is
I forget
here.
the name
a
of
new
that
paint
one.
job and new wings and other small improvements to make this aircraft fly just a
Yeah, that's the one that's got retracts and stuff. So that'd be a cool plane. You know, I don't know how well it flies. You're getting one, yeah? Jolly Roger, thank you, Roy. Yeah, the Jolly Rogers. When they first released that plane, it was a Jolly Roger paint scheme. Um, Now they've changed it. So this is version 2, and now it's not the Jolly Roger anymore. Hang on a minute. I'm going to go to motion. I want to see something. I want to know what the wing loading is on that plane. I'm curious. I've been wanting to get an F-14. I'll be honest. I do want one, but if it's going to fly bad, I don't want it. I'm just not into that. Yeah, this is version 2. I wonder if you can still get version 1. I'd rather have the Jolly Roger paint scheme. Okay, let's take a look here. Alright, well here, let me just look at version 1 and see if... $585. Oh my god. Alright, well... It's got lights and retracts. I guess that's, you know, that's about what I paid for the Viper, so I guess it's not too bad. Well, they don't tell you what the wing loading is. Maybe they have, yeah, wait a minute. No, that's spare parts. No. Yeah, they don't tell you what the wing loading is. That's a shame. I wish it did. So how long a flight... Hang on a minute. Let me look at this real quick. So it's a 10-minute video. Alright, so he's taken off at... 45 seconds. Let's see how long the flight is. Not very long. Yeah, it's about a 4-minute flight. 4.5 minute. That's nah. Not great. Not great at all. Now that's, you know, so if I was flying it and slowed it down, of course you probably can't fly it slow with the wings, you know, swept. So yeah, I don't know. I'll have to look into that. Talking about flying fields, though, there's another one. Wesley is one of those guys. Same thing. He's the guy that's taking care of the field. So the field, there's a flying field right down the street from where he lives. I mean, literally, it's not even a half a mile. And it's called Band of Buzzards. That's the name. It's an AMA sanctioned field, little tiny thing, and they had a geotech runway. And when he was flying there, he took care of the place. It was beautiful. They had 2 canopies up, picnic tables under the canopies, beautiful geotech runway. You know, really pretty nice looking place. And now the place is absolutely a turd. All the geotech is all ripped up. There's grass and weeds growing up through the runway, and nobody even go out there with a weed eater and cut, you know, that shit down. You gotta land around it. and the picnic tables are gone. The canopy frames are up, but there's no canopies on them. You know, it just after Wes left, it just fell apart. You know, there's nothing left of the place. It really is. It's terrible, and you know, it's a shame. You know that. Um, you know, there's only one guy. You know, same thing. One guy is the guy that takes care of the place, and when he leaves, you know, the place goes to hell. So, but that's what happened with, you know, when Wesley left Band of Buzzards. You know, they after he left, it was nothing. Philip, which A10 do you have, Philip? Yeah, I have two A10s. They're both 1500 millimeter wingspans. The FMS A10, and I have the LX. Is it the LX model? Yeah, yeah, it is an LX model. Yeah, it's LX model A10. Scale wise, the LX model's got better detail. It's just more detailed. They both fly great. I had to completely redo the landing gear on the LX one though. It had the biggest piece of crap plastic landing gear in it. It was absolute garbage. So I put a bunch of hardwood. I glued a bunch of hardwood into the nacelles and the nose, and mounted the FMS landing gear in it, and it worked out great. It looks great. It works great, and I love flying both of those planes. But the LX one looks better. You know, not that the FMS one doesn't look good. It does. It's a very nice looking plane, but the detail on the LX model's better. And that doesn't mean it's built better. It's still not made out of the greatest foam. Um, and it has its issues, but it also has that you can eject the pilot out of that one. It actually it's weird. I don't know why they did it this way, but it works. But it's kind of weird. So the canopy opens backwards, so it's tongue and groove in the back, and then magnet down in the front. And there's a servo mounted in the front with a scissor jack expander. And when you hit that switch, the servo goes zit, and it pushes the nose of the canopy up, and the wind catches it and takes it off the airplane, and pulls the pilot. You know, the pilot's attached to it through the parachute. Yeah, or actually, it's tied to his leg, I think. And then, so he goes out of the plane with the parachute, and then the parachute opens, and the pilot comes down on the parachute, and the canopy is hanging. You know, the whole cockpit is hanging from his foot, and it's cool. I mean, it looks cool, and you know, it's one more fun thing to do with your airplane. So that's kind of cool about it. Um, the canopy also opens on that airplane, and mine was defective from go. When I bought the airplane, my canopy never worked. I could never open my canopy, and then um, Roach Coach Mike Roach had the same airplane, and I guess he destroyed his, but his canopy survived. So he sent me his canopy, and his canopy works. So now I have an opening canopy for, you know, scale look. I can taxi on the ground and open the canopy and everything, and I can eject the whole thing off the plane and have the pilot, you know, come down on a parachute. So it's a pretty cool airplane. You know, but I wouldn't recommend it to anybody unless you like the hobby, because ask Chris, hell no. What do you mean, Mike? What are you talking about? Yeah, that's probably the best way to do it, honestly. Yeah, I would probably put it on a 3-position switch as well. That's a good idea. You know, and putting it on a wheel. You know, I have my what the hell is the brand on that one? My de Havilland Beaver from can't think of the brand now that Horizon bought and then did away with. I put the flaps on that one on a knob, and I can never get the knob where I want it. You know what I mean? I never get it in the same place twice, so I don't like putting it on a knob. I think putting it on a 3-position switch is a way better idea than a knob, because it'll recreate the same thing, and then you can adjust it to get exactly what you want, and then it'll be that way every time you flip the switch. Whereas the knob, you never get it in the same place twice. So it's always a different experience every time you go to land. How much flap I've used. Is that right? Your A10 will take off from the grass with no gear. No kidding. Wow, that's cool. Yeah, he's still around. He bought his own flying field, and he put up a big building on it, similar to this one. Same company. I went out there one day, and we hung out all day together while they were putting up his building. And I brought my trailer with airplanes in it, and I asked him a couple of times, "Hey, you want to fly something?" I got planes in the trailer if you want to fly. And no, we just hung out all day. We ate. I brought snacks, and we ate my snacks until his sister brought food out for us. She brought us sandwiches, and so he's building this really cool building for the flying, and then he's going to do he's actually going to put his house on that property in the back. So it's not a great site for flying. I'll be honest. It's too narrow. I don't think. I doubt the property's 300 feet wide. It's long. It's probably 1,000 feet long. But it's only about 300 feet wide. So maybe 400. But when you figure you're going to put the flight line out from, because the building is off the fence line probably 30, 40 feet easy. And then you're going to put the flight line past that. So your flight line's going to be out close to 100 feet. The runway's going to be, another 50 feet. So that doesn't leave you, 200 to 300 feet of turnaround, width-wise. And there's trees on the other side. So it's a very narrow flying site. So I'd be surprised, he talked about having all these events out there, and I'm like, Rich, where are you going to park cars at? I mean, there's not a lot of room for parking, especially if you're going to put your house in the back. That only leaves from the gate to the building for parking. You're only going to get about maybe 30 cars in there, So I don't think 30 people is a lot. For an event, 30 people isn't a lot of people. You know, for a weekend fly, sure. But, you know. You're always chasing beaver. Yeah, okay. I'm accused of that all the time, but I'm never chasing beaver, but I'm accused of it all the time. So, yeah, that's true. Everyone likes a nice beaver. Yeah. So yeah, I probably need to take a ride out there again. Um, go see Rich, see how he's doing. I haven't heard anything from him in a while. Um, I don't know if he's really busy at work, you know, because he's a pilot, you know, so he might be, you know, he flies for Delta. So he might be busy as hell just flying. I don't know. You have to sneak up on them? I don't know, but I don't know if that's a good idea. I mean, you know, I don't know that if you're sneaking up on it, Phil, that you have permission. That could be a problem. Yeah. Yeah, Roy, you know what? I think I'm gonna do that. Hell, I might do it tomorrow. You know, I might take a ride up there just to see what the hell's going on. Because, yeah, I haven't heard from him in a while. I've texted him a couple times and he hasn't returned my text. So, yeah, I love eating beaver too. It's one of my favorite foods. I love beaver. You don't need permission in Canada? You got free reign beaver in Canada. Yeah, yeah, his girlfriend, you know, whatever. They bite when shocked. What are you shocking them with? Oh my god. Oh. Yeah, I've met her. She's not particularly friendly. Um, you're shocking them with your tiny wiener? What is it, electrified? Yeah, that's true, but beaver season is all year. Yeah, that's true. uh, Cashew, angry cashew. Oh, God. Yeah, I'm going to send him a message tomorrow. See if he's. I'm just going to say, hey, think about coming out to your field today. Are you there? What are you doing? You know, and see what if I get a response. You know, so I'm gonna text him tomorrow. See what happens. Don't want to be your friend? No? Okay. I definitely want to be friends with my beaver. I don't know about you guys, but, you know, I want my beaver to be my best friend. I'm just saying. Think about it. Somebody didn't leave me a like. I only have 12 likes, and there was 13 people in here at one point. So somebody didn't leave me a like. Thank you. Now I see it. I don't know who that was, but thank you very much. Ryan? What about Ryan? Sorry, it was me. Oh, okay, Roy. Thank you. She said you were well hung. It was your right nut. Oh, okay. Your right nut's hanging lower than the left, huh? Well, that's normal. Yeah, they all bite you in the end. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty true there, huh? I have 14 on your screen? Well, goddamn, I wish I had your screen. I only show 13. Damn. How does that work? How in the world are you seeing 14 and I only see 13? I'm the host. I should be the one to see more than anybody. If it's not going to be that we're all seeing the same, I should be the one that sees more, not you. Well, how does that work? I don't get that at all. And that's not the first time that's happened. I see this all the time. I still haven't figured that out. But, you know, I'm just hung. Oh, well, good for you, Roy. Yeah. Your balls are shriveled up. Oh, yeah? No, not mine. Mine are, mine are all swollen up. Mine's one big nut the size of a baseball. You know, I wonder if his girlfriend and him broke up. That'll be the day Ryan's printing faces. Oh my god, that's hilarious. Yeah, that'll be the day. All he prints is RC car bodies. That's his vase. Oh, all of our nuts could do with a drain. I'm sure none of you are getting overdrained. That's a given. I was for a while. Linda was wonderful. I miss her. Yeah, well, money doesn't always buy everything. Um, I think her and her daughter were becoming a problem. I don't know that for a fact. I'm just guessing. Um, I don't think Rich was entirely happy about that situation. So, you know, he does make a lot of money, but he was paying for everything. I don't think she works. And so he's paying for, he bought her a new car, everything her daughter needs for school and everything. He's paying for all that. Yeah, we get, that day we hung out together. We talked a lot, and yeah, so I got a lot of information that you guys wouldn't be privy to. So yeah, you know, that's why I said, you know, I wonder if, you know, he got to the breaking point and said, you know what, I can't do this anymore. Oh, you must be talking about Barbara. Yeah, that the nutcase. I think that's what you're talking about, right? What did your wife do, Mike? Yeah, she was crazy. Multi personality, just a lunatic. She really, you know, she puts on a good show. I mean, when we started dating, she was, you know, when someone's lying to you constantly, you know, they're just telling you everything you want to hear, and it just seems like, you know, you've hit the jackpot, and then the jack nut comes out, and you're like, oh my god, what the hell happened here? Um, yeah. Yeah, after she sued me, it cost her $17,000 for suing me. So that didn't work out so well for her. You know? So between buying me the truck and the other money she spent, and then the lawsuit she came, you know, put on me and lost, um, she probably lost close to 30 grand dating me. Kenny Bobby. Yeah, she was a nut. She really was. She was just crazy. There were so many things about her that were wrong, and it just like, wow. She had a lot of money though. She was definitely rich. She was well over $1 million worth. You know, she had stock in several different oil companies, and she had a retirement check from working in the state prison up in New York. You know, nice pension from there, plus her Social Security. Yeah, I think her investments were raking in around $7,800 a month. Plus, she owned, you know, this $500,000 home over here that she destroyed. Um, and I think, according to Dan, my attorney, she bought another house up in St. Augustine, Florida. Yeah, she bought me. Yeah, almost. Yeah, I bought a set of security cameras, and I keep forgetting to put the damn things up. I brought the box out here to hook them up out here, and I don't even know what I did with the box. Yeah, I gotta put those damn things up. Who was Linda? Linda was a girl from church. There was a group of us that sat together. You guys have seen Michelle and Jeff on my show back in the day. And then Linda and Vina. I thought there was one other. But we would all sit together every Tuesday at church for church dinner. And we just, we were hanging out together and everything. And then one night I went to Linda asked me to go to church with her on Thursday night. 2 different churches. We have dinner at one church, and we go to most of the services at this other church. And the other church is right almost across the street from me. It's right down the street here, like a quarter of a mile. So Linda wanted me to go to church with her that night. She was, having a bad time with her family or something, and she just wanted a friend to go to church with her. So I went with her. No big deal. And when I came home, Deb went off on me. Where have you been? Where were you? I said, I was at church. She says, no, you weren't. You weren't there. I looked for your car and it wasn't there. You weren't there. Where were you? And I've been putting up with this for 25 years, guys. It just pushed me over the edge. And so I had the scripture paper that we read from that night. It was in the bathroom. I went in the bathroom and I got it and I handed it to her. I said, here's the scripture we read tonight. Okay? I was there. I don't know. Why are you looking for my car? We had a big fight. I mean a huge fight. What the fuck is wrong with you? Why are you looking for my car? Why are you constantly, telling me that I'm cheating on you? What's the problem here? So I told her that night that whatever this toxic thing we're doing here, it's over. We're done. Okay? I've had it with this. I'm done. And I left. And I went to Linda's house. I called her. I said, what are you doing? She says, I'm watching a movie. You want some company? Sure. So I went over there. And we watched a couple of movies. And then I went home. No big deal. Nothing happened that night. Unbeknownst to me, I guess she wanted something to happen that night. But she, I'm in her home. I'm not going to make moves on her in her own home. She's in charge. If we're at her house, she's in charge. If she wanted something to happen, she should have made some move. I'm not that guy. I'm not going to do that. So nothing happened that night. But then she asked me if I was going to go flying this weekend, and I said, yeah, actually I am going to the field this weekend, and I'm going to spend the night. And she said, well, can I come with you? I said, yeah, but I'm going to spend the night. And she says, oh, okay, that's fine. That's all right. I like camping. And I said, okay, all right. And then, I don't know, we were still chatting online or something about, flying and stuff. And she said, where are we going to sleep? And I said, well, I have a tent. I said, and an air mattress. I said, so, you can sleep there and I'll sleep in the truck. And she said, well, that doesn't sound like any fun. I was like, okay. All right, well, now we broke the ice there. Okay, all right. Okay, good. So we got together that night. Well, actually, it was the next morning, but yeah, and we stayed together until she died, pretty much. She broke up with me because she's a great girl and a really nice girl and everything, but she has a money problem. She can't stop spending money. So, and she doesn't know how to. Your virgin ears. Um, she hired some contractor guy that was supposed to be from church, and this guy was a total jackass. And he took her for a shitload, redid her bathroom, and did a horrible job. And I ended up having to pay for it. Now she paid me back, but to get him off her ass and get the job finished, because she went without that bathroom for 3 months. Luckily, the house had 2 bathrooms in it. And I finally paid him off to get the job done. And then she paid me back. And then she ran up another bill with me about other stuff. And, you know, it was constantly, I need money for this, I need money for this. And at the time, I was going through my lawsuit and was living off a credit card. And I didn't have any money. You know, she's getting, her Social Security benefits. And I'm not getting anything. And she keeps, wanting money from me. So I finally just told her, listen, I can't give you any more money. I don't have any more money to give you. I'm sorry. I don't. And then, she got mad. She needed money for something. I told her I don't have it, and then she's begging me on the, and it's all on my phone. I got all the text messages on my phone. And she's begging me and she said, listen, I'll give you forget the term for like an IOU, but a legal IOU. I forget what the hell it was called. But anyway, I said, okay, fine. I'll tell you what. You get it. You get that made up. Take it to your bank and get it notarized, because it's worthless without a notary. A promissory note. Thank you. That's what it was. I said, you take the promissory note to your bank, get it notarized, and bring it to me, and I'll give you the money. We're text messaging. I'm not talking to her. We're texting. I didn't hear from her for 2 hours. And then I get a text message back. I borrowed the money from my family, and I'm moving back to New York. Okay. So, I don't know what you think, but that pretty much tells me you just broke up with me. Right? I mean, that's how I would have taken it. So, a blowjob's worth more, yeah. So I went over to the house the next day, and I had a couple of things over there, and I picked up my stuff and I left, and then she kept contacting me, and I said, well, you broke up with me, you're going back to New York, and well, I wasn't going to be treated like that. And I said, treated like what? You offered the promissory note. I didn't demand it from you. You offered it. So I took you up on your offer, and then you got mad at me for taking you up on the offer. I don't know what I did wrong. I'm sorry, but I don't get it. Why you're mad at me? What the hell did I do? And she kept saying that I wasn't gonna be treated like that. So anyway, so we ended up not becoming boyfriend and girlfriend again. Now it was friends with benefits, and we did that up until she died. She got sick. She changed doctors. The doctor changed all of her meds, and her body just went into shock. And so she ended up dying. And I miss her. She was really a nice girl. She had her problems, but she was a nice girl. I enjoyed being with her, and the sex was great every night, every single night. Not a night went by. Every single night, that woman absolutely commanded me to be in bed with her. And I loved every minute of it. I got to tell you, it was nice, every single night. And, so yeah, that part was great. So anyway, yeah. And then so she's gone, and then Deb and I got back together again, and that's where we are now. Yeah. Yeah, I miss her. I sat with her for hours on her when she was at hospice, and I don't know what they gave. Basically, they give you drugs to kill you, to put you at peace and let you die, because she died that day, I sat with her for about 4 hours, thinking she was going to wake up, and then one of the nurses came in, and I asked her. I said, "What do you got her on? Why hasn't she woken up?" She's never going to wake up. What? Oh yeah, she's never going to wake up. And I'm like, okay. And so then her family came, her sons came, and I left. And then her grandson called me and wanted to know what was going on, and I told him what I knew. And then I think while I was on the phone with him, I got a text message from somebody. It might have been the pastor, because the pastor and I were there together. It might have been from him. I forget now, but I got a text message that she passed. So I had the grandson on the phone. I told him. I said, "Okay, I just got a message that she's gone. She just passed." And and that was the end of that. But yeah, I really miss her. I enjoyed her company. She was, she was fun. She was a lot of fun. She's just, making jokes, having movies, and she did little things for me that I really enjoyed. Like every single night when I would come over her house, she had she was wearing a nice nightgown, nothing ridiculous, just sexy, but not like, thanks, Phil. Just something very, very elegant, sexy, not trashy, sexy, and high heels, and she wore them every night. Because she knew I loved her legs. I'm a leg guy, and she knew that, so she wore her high heels every night for me, and that elegant negligee gown, whatever you want to call it. And she would cook dinner, I'd cook dinner, and it was just, and then we would watch a movie, and then we'd go to bed, and every night, same routine every night. So yeah, I really miss her. She was a pretty good find. I don't know if it would have ever worked out, because the money thing. I mean, she was buying stuff. I mean, she bought furniture for the porch of the house we're going to buy. Like, we don't even have the house yet. You're already buying furniture for it, and just stuff like that. She just can't stop spending money. So that was gonna be a problem. And we had after we had the breakup, and we were still kind of seeing each other. She went to visit her family. I picked her up from the airport to bring her home, and I took care of the cat and the dog while she was gone. And then I ended up with the cat. The dog. Her family gave the dog to someone else, and they asked me if I'd take the cat, and I said yeah. So I've got the cat. So on the way home from she started smoking again behind my back, and I found the cigarettes in the house when I was over there. There's a brand new carton of cigarettes there. She's bitching she ain't got no money, including when she was shipping her luggage to New York. We're in Staples. They're shipping the luggage for her, and she's crying at me because she doesn't have enough money to send her luggage, and yet there's $30, at least 30. I don't know what a carton of cigarettes costs these days, but I'm guessing it's at least $30. It's a carton of cigarettes sitting on the counter, and she wants money for me, and yet she's spending money on cigarettes. Thank you, Mike. You have no idea what that means to me. Thank you so much for that. That means more to me than you could possibly know. So thank you. I really appreciate that. So I told her, I says, you know, we're not together because you broke up with me. You know, we're not together because you can't stop spending money. And I told her that. I said, you're you know, you were crying at me to give you money to go to send your luggage, and there's a carton of cigarettes at the house. All right, and you're not stopping. And we've been, for the 6 months we've been together, this has been the main topic that we've been talking about, and you haven't changed. You just won't stop spending the money, and that's the reason we're not back together. You know, if you'd stopped spending the money, we probably could have worked this out. So, anyway. You know, Roy, I feel the same way about you too. I swear to God, we're brothers from a different mother. Except I like you. You and I are so similar. We cars, planes. You know, I mean, it's just, you know, you hate the cold weather. I don't know why you're in frickin' Washington when you hate the cold weather. You need to move the fuck down here, dude. I swear to God, you do. But yeah, you know, so, and I love doing these shows. You know, and I was going to be early tonight, and I fell asleep. I was so pissed. I was going to watch this one quick video. It was 8 o'clock. I always watch from 6 to 8 on Saturday night. I watch Baba Black Sheep. There's 2 episodes back to back every Saturday night from 6 to 8. So I watched the end of Baba Black Sheep, and I thought about coming out to the garage and just starting the show an hour early. Fuck it, I don't care. And I thought, and then I saw a feed for a 15-minute video of something that I wanted to watch. And I'm like, oh, Christ, I got 15 minutes. We'll do that. So I was going to watch that and then come out. And I fell asleep. After that ended, I fell asleep, or I don't know if I even saw the end of it. And I didn't wake up until almost 9:30. And I was like, fuck. So that's why I was late tonight. And if I hadn't fallen asleep, I would have been out here early. But anyway. Tucker? The movie Tucker? Is that what you were going to watch, Mike? What kind of IQ test were you taking, Roy? On Facebook? Tucker Carlson. Oh, yeah, I've watched him. I can't remember. Oh, it was on YouTube. A YouTube ID? How do you take that on YouTube? I mean, how do you answer the questions? And they you know, it's not, unless it's live YouTube. We on a live YouTube like now? Or was, because if you're watching a video, it's not interactive. How do you take an IQ test on a video? Yeah, now I remember. Yeah, Tucker Carlson. Yeah, he does mostly political news stuff, doesn't he? Isn't that what he usually is doing? Yeah, I remember him now. It just as you were typing that, I remembered what he was. Yeah, I've been pressing buttons. Oh, you went to the website and took the test. I got you. Okay, I got you. Now that makes sense. Got you. Yeah, I've taken a bunch of those too. Yeah, I've been as high as 170 on an IQ test. You know, some of the stuff they do is I don't know. It just seems just common sense logic. But I guess a lot of people don't have that. Yeah, I don't, and I guess I struggle with understanding that. Um, I'm just, you know, and I had this problem when I had my hobby shop open. You know, guys would come in with cars, RC car problems. Um, Even though I was mostly an airplane guy, you know, just like Ryan, I got into the cars really heavy because when I moved to Florida, there wasn't any. There were flying fields, but they didn't do any kind of racing or anything. At least I hadn't found one. I found one now, but I was a pylon racer up in Ohio, and I couldn't find a flying field down here that did pylon racing. The first field I went to down here was mostly pattern and scale, and you know that's okay, but you know, so I went flying a lot, but I like racing, and there was, I think, about 7 or 8 RC racetracks in the area. I could go RC car racing every night of the week, no problem. There's always, you know, and usually I had a choice of a couple of places to go the same night. So it got, and this is back in 89, 88, 89. It was huge then. So, so car setups and things like that, people come in with, and I'm like, how do you not understand this? And I still struggle with that. Like, guys I fly with out at the flying field don't know how to trim their airplane. They don't even know what those buttons do. How do you not trim your airplane? Well, I just fly it. I said, well, it needs trim. What are you, just holding the sticks the whole time? Yeah. Isn't that what you do? No. Yeah, that's what the trim tabs are for. So the one guy, his name's Ken. Also, he says, I said, yeah, it needs a lot of up. I said, well, trim it. He says, well, which way do I trim it, up or down? I said, well, trim it up. And well, he's pushing the button up. I'm not. No, it. Listen, the trim tab works the same way the stick does. You pull back on the stick to go up. You pull back on the trim to go up. It's the same thing. You know, whichever way the stick goes, the trim goes. Hey, how do you guys not understand this? It's like, you know, I mean, do I really have to teach you this? Why? I mean, I don't know. I never thought of myself as being a genius or anything, but apparently I am, or at least close to it, because things like that just come natural to me without thought, and these guys can't even figure it out. You know, and I'm like, so I don't know. I just. I guess I struggled with that a lot too. With, you know, and people back when I had the hobby shop open, a guy brought me in this box. It had an RC10 in it that was wore the fuck out. I mean, it needed everything. The bearings were shot. Actually, it didn't even have bearings in it. It had the bushings, and they were wore the fuck out. The wheels were flopping around, you know, and a box full of tires. And I mean, just, you know, all kinds of different tires, stuff he would never use. You know, well, maybe to go out and just run it around, but he wants to go racing. So he brings it into me and he says, he has me look at it, and he says, I can get this for $250. What do you think? And I'm looking at it, and I said, well, you know, why would you want all of this for $250? I mean, it's junk mostly. I mean, you're not going to race with these tires. Yeah, but I got all these tires. Yeah, but you're not going to use them to go racing. What are they good for? I said, the cars wore out. You're going to have to replace. You're going to have to put a bearing kit in it. I think the bearing kit alone was $80. And none of the tires that were in there were used for racing. And then there was other things wrong with the car. And I says, you know, I sell the brand new kit for 189 bucks. And you have a brand new car with bearings. You know, retailed for like 369, but you know, with Tower Hobbies, everybody bringing their Tower Hobby book in. You remember the Tower Hobbies book, the catalog? Everybody and their brother would bring that in to me. Can you match this price? Can you match this price? Fuck, I can't even buy it for that price. What are you talking about? Can I match that price? And so yeah, even though the kit was retailed for like, you know, I don't know, $289 or $389 or what, I'm selling it for like $189. Yeah, I'm not making a penny on the car. And so I told this guy, I says, listen, I could sell you a brand new car that doesn't need anything, and you know, a couple sets of tires, and you'll have a brand new car that's not wore out. And you know, yeah, why would you want this? I don't. So he left pissed, and he didn't tell me for years, and he was pissed off at me because he thought all I was trying to do was sell him a new car. And he finally approached me at a racetrack one night. He came over and said, you know, I was mad at you for a long time. I said, why? And he said, because of that used car that you told me not to buy. I said, well, you know, you asked my opinion. I just gave you my honest opinion. Yeah, well, at the time, I didn't know that. I thought you were just trying to sell me a new car, but you were right. I should have never bought that. I ended up buying it, and you were absolutely right. Everything you said. It was all wore out. I spent more money fixing it than I could have bought a brand new one. And you're right about all the tires that they were. I still haven't used any other tires. They're still in the box. He says, so I really owe you an apology. He says, I'm really sorry. I got mad at you, and you were right and I was wrong, and I just at the time I didn't see it that way, but I was totally wrong. I should have never bought. I should have listened to you. I said, well, I'm sorry that happened. You know, I was just being honest. You know, I you know, the hobby shop was, you know, a hobby for me, not a, you know, I had a full-time job. You know, I went to work I was at a car dealership I was the parts manager at a car dealership. That was my full-time job. I didn't open my hobby shop until, you know, about 5:30 in the afternoon. And I'd stay open until 3 in the morning sometimes. I don't need a lot of sleep, so I'd sleep from 3 to 7:30 and go to work. So I was, you know, always open late. But it wasn't, you know, I did it for fun, you know, for the pleasure of it. I wasn't really making, every penny I made in the hobby shop, I put back into the hobby shop with more inventory. So when I finally closed the place up, and I was open for a long time, I opened it in 80, let me think. I think I opened it in 86, 87, somewhere right around there. And I didn't close it till 2014, I think. So, you know, it was over, you know, that's more than 20 years, right? So 90, 2000, 2010. Yeah, it was over 20 years. And you know, I built the inventory over that 20 years, so I had probably $20,000 or $30,000 worth of inventory in the store when I closed it. And I still have, well, I have a lot of the parts. I mean, I have all the RC10 parts in bags over here, and all the Schumacher 4-wheel drive parts, a bunch of Tamiya parts, Dubro stuff, you know, the whole Dubro rack, the SIG balsa wood rack, the SK steel rack. I have all that stuff. I had a bunch of cars, but over the years I donated them to different charities. You know, they would have it in a raffle or an auction or something, and I would donate a car, you know, old Tamiya kit or something. I still kept, there's one Tamiya kit I still have. It's new in the box. It was a Nissan Stadium truck, and I never opened it. I'm going to build that one day. It's out in the other garage. And I hung on to that one. And an RC-10. I still have a brand new RC-10 in the box, the graphite chassis one. My aluminum pan one's right there on the shelf over there. But the graphite pan one is brand new in the box still. So I still have a brand new RC-10. It still has the plastic wrap on it. So does the Tamiya Nissan truck. Those are the only two I kept. I gave away all the rest of them. So, and I've been using the inventory over the years. Every time I need something for an airplane, a clevis or something, anything out of the Dubro, a collar, I just go to my own inventory, balsa wood, I just go get my own stuff. I don't have to go buy it. I still have it. So I've been using it up over the years, but the RC-10 parts, the Tamiya parts, the Schumacher parts, the SRP1, I'll probably never use that stuff. I guess I should probably put it on eBay and see if I could sell it. Somebody might need it. All those spare parts I have for those cars, somebody might need one. I should probably start putting that stuff on eBay, and see if I can make $1 or $2. It's probably not worth the aggravation, sell a $5 part for $6 and have to go to the post office and mail it. Probably not worth it. Your new grow room is run by AI. Really? Okay. Yeah, well, the problem is, Roy, that the parts I need, they're not what I have. I already used up the parts I need, and, so the rest of the stuff, a lot of the balsa wood I'll probably never run out of. I've never had to go buy any balsa wood. Every time I need something to fix an airplane, I've got it. In the balsa category, and I haven't had to buy any metal either. My metal rack, when I need a push rod for an airplane or something like that, I always have what I need too. So I haven't had to go buy any of that either. So yeah, it's definitely been handy to have all that stuff here, no doubt. You've been thinking about getting an AI girlfriend. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's the problem too. See, I have the same thing, Phil. I've got metal lathes, drill presses, all that stuff. But it's not. It's all manual. You have to hand. Well, yeah, I'm sure you do too. I mean, I have an auto feed on the lathe, so I can crank it into the amount I want to cut off, and then flip the lever, and it'll run itself across at a nice even rate automatically. But then it stops, and then I have to reset it and then cut the next. So it's mostly manual. But you're right. The CNC machines just plug in what you wanted to make and come back tomorrow. It's like a 3D printer. It'll just make it for you, and especially if you've got a fancy one with tool changers and everything, it'll print literally you can machine a whole V8 block out of aluminum in the machine and never have to even look at it. Just turn it on and set it and forget it. Take a block of aluminum and turn it into a V8 engine, and so yeah, it's kind of hard to compete if you're doing it manually against shops who are having it automated. So you never made any good money as a machine shop foreman? Really? Wow, that's crazy. Yeah, I machine all my own stuff. I make, even today, if I need something for an airplane, I did something for Reitza. he needed a landing gear strut made for an airplane, and he bought the steel strut pieces. Man, they were hardened steel. God, I could not cut that shit. Oh my God. You know, I finally got a tool sharp enough to cut this thing, but it took a long time to finally machine that shaft down to the size he needed it. But I finally got it done, and I sent it to him. And he was mad that it took so long, but in the end he was happy because it worked. It was exactly what he wanted, and it worked. And but it did take a long time for me to do it because, you know, I couldn't stand at the lathe that long, and I just could not. You know, it wouldn't take more than a microscopic amount of metal off. It just was too fucking hard. And but I finally got it. So I love making parts, you know, for my cars and stuff. Even the full scale car, you know, the full size car. I have to machine something, a fitting, something. You know, I make my own stuff. I taps and dies. I can do all that. So I can make pretty much anything I need. Manually, you know, no automated stuff. Of course, I can make stuff automated in these 3D printers. And now, I mean, there's a new. I haven't watched the video yet, but one of the promoter guys on YouTube, they come out with filament that's iron filament that you can print in a 3D printer because a magnet will stick to it. And I'm like, what the hell? So it's got to be just iron fibers, you know, that are mixed in with the filament, I guess. But when you're done, a magnet will stick to it. I'm like, well, shit. So I have to go watch that video. I gotta check that out because he's, you know, all I saw was, you know, he's holding a filament roll with a magnet. He's holding the roll. He's holding the magnet with, you know, the big U-shaped magnet. You know, one from the comics, and he's got the whole spool of filament is stuck to the magnet. And, you know, and I didn't even read the caption around it. I just saw the picture, and I'm like, okay, I got to go watch that. And I haven't watched it yet. I keep forgetting to watch it. So I got to watch that one yet. Probably when I get done with you guys here, I'll go watch it. Yeah, I was able to make all kinds of cool stuff on my lathe. You know, you know, if you didn't have a lathe, you couldn't do what I could do. You know, so that gave me an advantage. Like, so there was an RC car when I was racing gas, 8th scale gas RC cars. There's a company called Serpent, and so I have 2 Serpent gas cars. Still have them. And I bought an electric car. They came out with a 10th scale electric pan car, and I bought that because of the suspension and stuff in it. But it was a belt drive car. Do you want me to watch it right now, Mike, so I can comment on it, or do you want me to? I don't think it was very long. Or do you want me to watch it later? So I converted my electric car, my pan car, from a belt drive to a gear drive. I put a idler gear in it. Okay, well now that's considered a transmission. You know, when you have the pinion gear that's on the motor directly in contact with the spur gear, that's direct drive, right? That's not a transmission, that's a direct drive. If you've got a pulley with a belt, same thing, direct drive. So I converted it to gear drive because belts have a lot of drag on them. You know, you've got that tension to keep the belt tight. Who's Chris? Mike Bird. You keep mentioning Chris. Who's Chris? Yeah, Phil, I agree. Yeah, I think you're right. I think everybody here understands. So anyway, I built this. I put an idler gear in it. I took an RC10. I think it was an RC10 idler gear, and put it in the and machined a pin. And made the motor adjustable so I could, you know, get the gear lash right. And I built that on this Serpent electric car, and then I was going to run the 10th scale series, the Florida State series with it. And the first event was down in Fort Myers. So I went down there and I put the car on the. I went to tech as soon as I got there, and I put the car on the table and I says, "Is this car legal?" And he goes, "Well, I don't know. Let me look at it." And he's looking at it and he says, "Well, you got a transmission in this car." "Yeah, I know." He says, "Well, you know that's a disadvantage to you." "Yeah, I know, but is it legal?" "Well, yeah. I mean, if that's what you want to run, yeah, but you know there's it's inefficient. You know, you don't." "Yeah, I understand. I just want to make sure it's legal. You guys aren't going to have a problem, protesting my car after the race." "No, I don't see any reason why everything looks good to me. Yeah, if you want to run that transmission, that's fine with us. We don't care." I said, "Okay." Well, I won the race, and then they protested the car, and I went up there and I just looked the guy right in the face. I said, "I brought you this car before the race so you could inspect it and tell me it was legal. You told me it was legal. Why are we here now talking that it's illegal?" "Well, everybody's complaining." "Well, I don't give a fuck what everybody's complaining. You told me it was a disadvantage to run a gear in this, that it's a transmission car, but you said it was legal. And I came here to run the state series with it. That's why I'm here, and that's why I had to inspect the car before I raced it. And you said it was legal. And then because I won the race, everybody's going to protest the car, and now it's illegal. This is bullshit." "Well, I can't. We're going to let you keep your win today, but you're not going to be able to." I said, "No, listen. I want my money back. I would have never ran today. I came down here to run this car if it was legal. You said it was legal. I ran the car. Just give me my money back. Because this race doesn't mean a fuck to me, because I'm not going to be able to run it in the rest of the series. So what's the point?" So they gave me my money back. They weren't happy about it, but they gave me my money back, and I left. And I don't know I don't remember if I got to keep the trophy or not. It doesn't matter. Everybody knows I won the fucking race, so who cares? And it just pissed me off that they absolutely approved the car, said that was an idiot for, one guy actually said, "You're an idiot." Okay, I'll take that. I'm an idiot. Yeah. And then when I won the race, it was a whole different story. Now they're protesting the car and bitching, and I looked at the guy and said, "Remember, I'm the idiot. Remember that." And that was the last thing I said after they gave me my money back. I looked at the other guy and I looked right in his face and I said, "Remember, I'm the idiot." And then I walked away. So I just let him think about that. So, yeah, it really pissed me off. I drove all the way down there. Well, I was going to have to drive down there anyway to get the car inspected, but, Wow, that's a big fucking lathe. Holy shit. Yeah, I used to work at a machine shop. We had indexing screw machines. We were actually making stuff. This is back in 76, 77, 78. I was working at a machine shop making parts for the space shuttle. The company I worked for was called Tylock, and we had 6 indexing screw machines. Of course, we had lathes and vidge ports and all kinds of stuff for sharpening tools and everything. But the indexing screw machines was our bread and butter. That's what we were making, thousands of nuts and bolts and things. And so I worked there for a while, and that was a good job. I liked working there. And again, I'm watching this machine, indexing. It's taken hex stock, a solid aluminum hex, and it turns it into a nut with threads and everything in it, and then cuts it off. And it was a tapered nut. It was a fitting for the space shuttle. It was a compression. You would slide it over like brake line with the flared end to lock up the lines. And the day I was applying for the job, I was standing there watching. He was showing me the machine, and I'm watching it, and I said, "Man, that's crazy. I can't believe that is putting the threads in there, and while it's spinning." And he says, "Well, do you know how it's doing it?" I said, "Yeah, I know exactly how it's doing it. The tap is spinning just faster than the stock is when it cuts the threads, and then it has to back out twice as fast so it doesn't rip all the threads back out of it." He looked at me like I came from Mars. He says, "How the fuck did you know that?" And I'm like, "Well, it's the only way it could possibly work. There's no other way to do it." And he says, "You wouldn't believe how many college kids I've had come in here, engineers, that could not understand how that worked." Here I am at 16. I knew exactly how it worked. Just looking at it. I just looked at it and knew how it was working instantly. That's the only possible way it could work. And this is what I'm talking about. Things that just come to me like are just common sense. Other people can't understand how that fucking happens. They're like, So he was so impressed, he hired me around the spot. He says, "Oh my God," he says, "you're definitely going to work here." So he gave me the job. But yeah, I just, and I thought that was cool as shit that it was doing that. I couldn't believe the machine could do that, but I knew that's the only way it could do it, to be actually doing it. There's only one way it could happen. So, you want to buy a banjo. I love banjo music. I absolutely love banjo music. I really do. I just, Roy Clark, he thought it was a funny-ass show, but Roy Clark could play a banjo. And I just love banjo music. Yeah, dueling banjos, yeah. Deliverance. Is he still alive? I don't think he's still alive, is he? I'm gonna check. I'm pretty sure he's gone. Roy Clark. Yeah, he died in 2018. Yeah. So yeah, those were my days, and I loved working at the machine shop. That was a good job. Forget why I left there. I don't know if I come up with a better job or I don't remember. His brother worked there, and he was supposed to be an engineer. And he's showing me how to sharpen one of the tools on a Bridgeport, and I'm like, and I'm watching him do it, and they said, "You're doing that wrong." And he kind of looked at me like I was an idiot. He said, "What do you mean I'm doing it wrong?" I said, "Well, you're cutting it backwards. You're not sharpening the blade. You're going to dull it. I mean, it's not gonna cut." And he just kind of blew me off. And he took it off the machine. And he went and put it back on the lathe, and it wouldn't cut. And he looked at me. He says, "You might have been right." Yeah, I know I'm right. You know. So we went back over it, and he says, "Well, how should I set this up to cut it?" You know, and basically, it was a round piece with a like a open mouth Pac-Man. Okay. So it's round, and then it's got this, you know, cut in it. And he was sharpening it by grinding it to this angle. You know, if this is the round and the cutting piece is here, I'm exaggerating, but instead of he should have cut it like this to make this sharper. Okay, but he was cutting it like this, which is making it duller. So I showed him exactly the angle to put it at to cut it. He cut it, put it back on the lathe, and it cut perfectly. He goes, "Good job. That's well done." Like, you know, again, I'm a 16-year-old kid, and I can just look at it and tell you how to, you know, I mean, I know how it works. It's you know, to me, this is common sense, but apparently it's not. Apparently, a lot of people don't understand. And I can I can look at anything and tell you how it works. And I just, you know, I don't know. I should have been an engineer. I wish I'd had ponied up the nerve to go to college and become an engineer, because I would have had a much better life. You know, God definitely gave me the ability, and I just squandered it. Oh, well, Mike, you've stayed longer than this. Christ, it's only what, midnight? Oh, it's almost 2. Wow, those 3 hours went by fast. Wow, I thought it was just past midnight. Yeah, back in probably around 73. I was 13. My brother went to the Yamaha motorcycle shop. It was right around 73, 74, somewhere in there. Could have been 72. Or maybe it was, no, it was, I think it was Suzuki. It was a Suzuki motorcycle. And my brother, even though he never had a motorcycle, I had a motorcycle. I had a mini bike and then a motorcycle, and he never had either. But, well, later, and you know, when he got old enough to drive, he did buy a motorcycle. But before then, he never had a mini bike or anything. Now I had 2. You know, first I had a regular old, you know, just a solid frame mini bike, and then I got a Honda 50, and then I bought a Honda 400. But so when I was riding my mini bike at 12, 13, he went to the Suzuki dealership that was, you know, he could ride his bike there. And he came home with a brochure, you know, the solid card that had all the picture on the one side and all the specs on the back side of it. And it had this new laid down shock on it. And I took one look at the picture, and I said, "They've got the shock in the wrong place." And he looked at me like, "Yeah, like you know what you're talking about. How would you know that?" I said, "Well, I'll bet you they're having a lot of problems with the shocks on these things breaking, aren't they?" And of course, he was reading all the dirt bike magazines, and he said, "Yeah, actually they are." "How did you know that?" I said, "Because they've got the shock in the wrong place." And I took the card out of his hand, and I put it on the thing, and I took a pen, and I drew the shock exactly where it should have been, the angle it should have been at. And I said, that's where it should have been. And the very next year, they put it exactly where I drew it. He couldn't believe it. He fucking couldn't believe it. He's, how the fuck did you know that? You should go to work for Suzuki. Yeah, I'm sure they're going to hire me, Keith. You know, a 13-year-old that drew a shotgun. Yeah, they're going to hire me because of that. Yeah. Now, listen, I could be a complete moron and not understand any of it. But if I've got a piece of paper that says I passed school and I'm an engineer, they'd hire me. And I might not know shit. But a guy that actually knows shit without papers ain't worth shit. That's just the way the world works. So, and I wasn't going to, you know, I didn't have money for college. My parents spent all their money on his college. And then he dropped out anyway because he was too smart for college. My brother was a genius in the computer world. He's the icon programmer, you know, world known. And, you know, so he went to college for computer science and knew more than the teacher and quit to go to work for a company doing all their programming for him. And then just, it went crazy from there. But, yeah, I could look, you know, I looked right at that motorcycle and knew that they had put the shot, they laid it down way too far. It was never going to work in that position. And I was right. And I drew it exactly where it should have been, and that's exactly where they put it the next year. So, you know, I just, like I said, I just can look at anything, and I just have the mind. God gave me the gift of the mind to look at things and know how they work. And I should have, you know, used that in my life, and I didn't. You know, I just working stupid jobs, you know, cooking at Ponderosa, selling carpet at a carpet store, auto parts. I was in auto parts most of the time. I did a lot of different jobs, but mostly auto parts. I worked in an auto parts store since I was 16, on and off. You know, when I came down here, I worked, when I moved to Florida, I worked for two different auto parts stores, which are both out of business now. And then I went to work for the car dealership. And that's when I opened the hobby shop. And then I was managing a Napa. And I quit the dealership, went to work for Napa, and then I quit Napa. And then I forget where I went after that. But I was still, the hobby shop wasn't making enough money to make a living on, so I was still working. I forget where I went after Napa. Where the hell did I go? Oh, I think that's when I went and started selling window dressings. There was a company called Drape Man. It was a Superman figure that had a drape on him instead of a cape. And they'd been around a long time. I went to work for them as a salesperson. And I was there for quite a while. Managed 2 different stores. We lost our power at the house when one of the hurricanes came through. And so Deb and I got in the car and we drove out to my store. And I opened the store up, and we had electricity in a bathroom. So we went there and watched TV, and you had, you know, I think we had a microwave there too, so we could cook food and eat and drink and go to the bathroom and everything. And we had, you know, and we were good. But, you know, we didn't have any power at the house, so we left. Yeah, when I first came to Florida, I wasn't married to, my first wife was Denise. When I moved here, I was married to Denise. And before I married Denise, I came to Florida and lived with my uncle on the other coast, over by Daytona. And I was working 2 places over there. I was working at a food in the mall. It was one of those game rooms in the mall, repairing the game machines. Oh, that's right. I worked for Walter Music and Games up in Ohio. fixing pinball machines and Pac-Man and all that stuff. And we also had illegal. They were called. It was called a Taurus. That was the name they gave it. But it was a poker, electric poker. You push the button, and the 5 cards would, roll, and then you would push the ones you want to save, and then it would roll the other ones, and you would win or lose money. And they were payoff machines, which was totally illegal. So we had those all over the state, and I didn't work on those, but I fixed all the pinball machines and Pac-Man and then we got raided. And we knew it was coming, so we tried to hide the machines. We had a room that we put all the illegal poker machines in, and then boarded the room up. And when the SWAT team showed up, they saw that room board, and they immediately pulled that wood off, brought all the machines out of there. And I'm just sitting there, and then they never came over and said anything to me. They pretty much left us alone. They didn't bother with the employees. They were only after management. And yeah, it was great. I loved that job. What did you do in vending? Were you in the snack department? We did cigarettes. We didn't do snacks. We did cigarette machines, and also I had to fix those sometimes. Usually it's just a jammed quarter, but I repaired the pinball machines and all the video games. And so when I went to Florida the first time, not when I didn't move here, I went to stay with my uncle for a while, because that's when my mom and I had a big fight over her drinking, because I had bought a brand new car. This was 79. I bought a brand new Camaro in 79, and she came home drunk and ran into it. And I was pissed. And I left. The next day I packed a bag, and I came down here to live with my uncle, her brother. And she was crying as I drove off. And she knew why. So she called AA that day. And that was the end of it. She never drank again. So I lived down here for about 6 months with my uncle. And I worked for a company called Coleman Music and Games over in Daytona. Same job. Go out, fix. They didn't pay shit. I got good pay up in Ohio. They didn't pay crap down here. And they wanted me to work the move truck and fix machines for practically just over minimum wage. And I'm like, no, I'm not doing that. So they gave me what I wanted, well, not money-wise, but they didn't make me do the move truck. Because I told them I wasn't going to do that. I said, I'll go out and fix the machines. So, and this woman, her and her husband ran the thing together. They got divorced. She got the business, and she didn't know anything about the business. So I was training her. And I told her, I said, listen, you can't leave a pinball machine in a hotel out on the beach for years. Okay? First of all, the salt water and the salt air is going to destroy it if you just leave it there. Second of all, everybody that would be in that hotel, workers and everything, they're not. It's boring. They're not going to play it anymore. You've got to update the machines. You got to rotate them around so they have something new, a new challenge, something new to do. So leaving these machines out there and expecting to go out, they'd go out there to open the machine up for a stuck quarter, and that's the only thing is in it is a quarter. I mean, nobody's playing the damn thing. It's all rusty and So I finally convinced her, listen, you have to rotate these machines. You got to bring them back here, clean them all up, polish, you got to polish the plate floor, and, replace all the rubbers and and then take it somewhere else and put it there. So that made sense to her. So she said, okay, let's try that. So we did, and of course the machines were making money now. Oh, you are you serious? You did those condom machines? That's so funny. I was just in a gas station coming home when I bought the plane hauler, the toy hauler. On the way home, I was dead tired. I had to take a nap. So I stopped at a gas station. Oh, I stopped at several gas stations on the way home. And one of them I stopped at had a condom machine in it. I hadn't seen one in a gas station in forever. And I come out and I asked the guy, says, you've got a condom machine in the bathroom? Does anybody use it? And he kind of laughed. He says, well, I don't really have anything to do with that. They just come in and fill it and stuff. But yeah, they people are still buying condoms out of those things. I said, you're kidding. I couldn't believe it. I hadn't seen one of those in years. And then this one gas station had one in it. I couldn't believe it. I thought that was hilarious. So... So I left that job to go back. My mom stopped drinking and begged me to come back home, so I did. And so I quit Coleman Music and Games. I don't know if they're still in business or not. Probably. I don't know. I don't know how the vending. I guess so, Mike. Apparently. Yeah, I don't know how the vending business is going these days. I don't know if people are still putting machines in restaurants, and because we had machines everywhere. Walter up north. I mean, we had bars, Pizza Hut, everywhere. A cigarette machine and at least a pinball or a stand-up Pac-Man. Trying to think of all the different games that we used to fix. It was a war game. Mission. It's a Williams game. I know the company that made it. I can't remember the name of the game now. But yeah, we had machines everywhere. So there was one in Geneva on the Lake, which is up right on the Lake Erie. It was in a strip club. So I had to, and I was embarrassed to go in there. I was a pretty shy kid, so I was only, how old was I? I don't know, maybe 18 or 19, and having to go into a strip club to fix a pinball machine or something. So that was interesting. Yeah, the black hole was one of the first 3-level pinball machines. The black hole. The haunted house was another one. Those were the first 2 big name, 3-tier. There was a play field below the main field that you would look through the tinted glass to see the bottom field, and then there was an upper one. There were two level was pretty common, but the 3-level machine, the black hole and the haunted house were the 2 first ones I saw that were 3-level, and that was cool. that was a crazy, crazy pinball machines. Yeah, so I stopped at the mall one day recently. It's been probably 6 months or so. I was down south somewhere, and I stopped at the Countryside Mall in Clearwater because I knew there was a game room. Not a game room, but a vendor in there that sells games. So I went in there, and I just casually talking to the guy, and I asked him, I said, who fixes these machines for you? And he says, oh, I have a guy that comes out, and and if it's something simple, I fix like a coin stuck, but I have a guy. And I said, really? And he says, why, do you fix these things? I said, yeah, I used to, yeah. He says, well, I got a machine that's down over there. Do you think you could fix it? I said, probably. So I went over there, and I think it was a Williams pinball machine. So the Williams games had a self-test built into them. You would open the cabinet up, and there was a red button on the display. You put it into test mode and push the button, and it would run this self-diagnostic to tell you what was wrong with it. So I did that, and there really wasn't anything wrong with it. It just needed a reset. So I reset it, and I buttoned it back up, and it started playing. It was playing, and this guy was just totally amazed that I got the machine working, and he wanted to hire me, but he didn't want to pay me anything. It was ridiculous. I said, fuck, I'm not coming all the way down here for that. Are you crazy? I said, no, thanks anyway. I just left. But there's still a food and games place right down the street here. And I applied for a job there a long time ago. And they didn't want to hire me. And I haven't asked recently. But they're still in business. It's still in the same place, same thing. And yeah, but yeah, that was probably, I think I enjoyed that job more than anything. Oh yeah, the haunted house was all green. It was a green playfield, clear. The glass was clear green, and everything was green. It had a green. Hang on a minute. Let me see. Let me do it this way. I haven't tried this. I have never looked up a pinball machine or anything. I don't know why, but I'm going to try it right now. Yep, there it is. It worked. All right, here. 1982. Hang on, I'm gonna share it with you. Oh, this is great. All right, let me. All right, you're gonna love this. Hank, give me a minute here. I gotta set this up, but you're gonna love this. All right, let me put the window capture back up at the top. No, not that one. No, not that one. I think there was a third one. Okay, all right, well, let's do, let me do this one. Okay, and then let me go here. That's funny. So this is one of the things I fixed. All right, when I did the update, it was so I had the ability to do this. This is the So now I can show you what I'm looking at on my other screen, which it wasn't working because my the old version of OBS couldn't read the new whatever they changed on the Google stuff. So all right, so let me blow this up here so you can see it up close. This is so cool. This is great. I'm blowing it way up so we can get a good look at it. Okay. So that's what the machine looks like. Haunted house. All right, now wait a minute. I'm gonna show you all the different views where I show you the clear floor and everything. So hang on a minute here. Let me go back, and then like, oh crap, that's not gonna be as easy as I thought it was gonna be. Shit. Okay, well, not too bad. Oh, I guess I have to go here and do it. Yeah. Oh, that'll be even easier. Okay. Oh, wrong one. Okay. So there's the clear floor. So that you can see down underneath the main play field. You don't remember this one, huh? Too many beers? Yeah. Yeah, the black hole was mostly blue. And it was a blue, dark blue. I love these two pinball machines. They were cool as shit. So yeah, this is the green floor. So that's the whole. So that's the third level. It's below the main play field. So the ball would roll right over top of that green plexiglass. And there was a lower level to play down, below and then there was an upper level. Let me see if I can find that picture. Hang on a minute. Yeah, this picture will show the upper level. Well, that should there it is. Yeah. So there's do you see the little the ramp that goes up to the upper level? So this was the black hole in this one were the first two that I remember that were the 3-level. It was actually a 3-level play field. Never saw that one, huh? Wow. So hang on, let me go to another picture here. Yeah, here's the bottom. It's a 4-flipper. Yeah, 3 levels. Yep. Let me look up the black hole. Since we had this one, I found this one. Let me go look up the black hole. See if I'm pretty sure I'm right that was a 3 level also. But let's look if it's what I remember. Yeah. Yeah, it has the lower play field also. Let me see if I can... This one's not showing... Well, there it is. That's not bad. I'm trying to get it where... Oh, I get. I won't. I know how to fix this. Hang on a minute. It's not. I don't have the views I had on the other one like I did. It was easier to change it. Now this one's not. I couldn't find the same. Um, all right. Let me do it this way, and then I'll manipulate it here. Okay. So here we got a transaction out. Yeah. See, here's a good picture of it. So same thing. There's that transparent lower field. You see that you're underneath the main playing floor. It would only light up when you were in the when the bottom. If you weren't playing in the bottom, it wasn't lit up down. It was dark, so you really couldn't see much going on. But then when you were playing in the bottom, it would light up, and that's a good picture of it lit up. So you can see that same shape too. It's the same shape as the haunted house, that pentagon. Oh, not quite a pentagon, but an uneven rectangle. No one escaped the black hole. Is there one on eBay? Oh, get out of here. Really? Of course, the haunted house too had all kinds of spooky music and shit going on. I don't remember what the black hole played, to be honest. I don't remember what the music was like, but the haunted house one had a great soundboard in it. It was making all kinds of $500 to ship it from San Diego, California. Oh my God. You know, I would have almost paid the $2,800 to get that machine if it wasn't for the damn... I'm going to see if there's a haunted house pinball machine on eBay. I know there's parts to one. I don't know if there's a whole one, but let me see if there's... Oh, there is one. $5,000. Oh my God. Holy crap. Yeah, I'm not blowing $5,000 on a pinball machine. All right, so if you guys are any kind of oh, somebody actually took the glass panel out of the backboard where it says haunted house and it's a picture of the house, and made it into a light kit. $200. You can buy the framed. I'm sure it's framed, and it lights up the background. There's a couple of those. $6,000. Found another one. $5,000 and another one $6,000 for the haunted house pinball machine. Oh my God! This one wants $13,750. Holy shit! Really? And there's 151 watchers. 151 people are looking at buying this thing. Are you kidding me? Why? Why would you spend $13,000? Christ, it didn't cost that much new. Why the fuck would you pay $13,000 for this thing? Holy shit. That's crazy. Get $10 off though with the coupon code. Well, goddamn. For $10 off, I'm buying it. You know me with sales. Holy shit. Yeah, if I can, you know, I'm gonna buy it. You know, with the coupon code, I get $10 off. Actually, somebody's got it in their cart. $13,750, and they've got it in their cart. You got to be fucking kidding me. Where the hell is this place located? New Jersey. Oh my God, that's crazy. Oh my God. So, what was the very first talking pinball machine? Do you guys, any of you guys, pinball historians? You know, anybody remember what the first talking pinball machine was? You're pretty sure Kenny needs that. I probably, you know, honestly, I probably will buy a regular old pinball machine. But they, you know, they have those new games, the smaller version that has, you know, like Tempest and Pac-Man and all those in one cabinet, and you can change games. My buddy Wayne got one of those. I probably will end up buying one of those just to have, you know, out here in my man cave. But I'll probably buy a pinball machine. But I'm not going to spend that. You know, I might spend $2,000 on a pinball machine, but I'm not spending $13,000 on one. So the very first talking machine was called the 8-Ball Deluxe, and it talked. You know, the other was played music and shit, or just made, you know, the bell ringing sounds. But the first talking machine was called 8-Ball Deluxe, and it was obviously it was a pool table motif. I'm going to see if there's one of those available. Yeah. $9,888.88. That's a Walmart price. $9,999. $4,399. There's quite a few of these available. $6,999. Somebody out here selling all the replacement targets and stuff for the 8-Ball Deluxe. They even have a playfield out here for sale. That's interesting. Hey, there's one that's close. We're at 3,000. There's another one for 4,000. All right, so this is not. Yeah, because the 1977, that's the one. It's the first talker. This is a 1983. Yeah, that's not the right machine. It's the 77 machine. This one here for $4,000. Yeah. Here's a $20,000 8-Ball Deluxe. You know, it's a here's one for $2,800. No kidding. Boy, that's not bad. Looks like it's in good shape too. Where is this son of a bitch? Maryland. Wow. That's tempting. How much they want to ship it? If it's free shipping, I'm going to buy this son of a bitch. Local pickup only. I was afraid it was going to say that. I don't think I want to drive to Maryland for a pinball machine. Oh, and it's a project. Oh, so that means it doesn't work. Well, luckily I know how to fix these things. Yeah, it's a project game. It's not a working game. It's in good shape though. The playfield looks good. You know, if you don't wax the playfields regularly, the ball will wear the playfield, the paint off the playfield. You know, and then they look like shit. So you got to make sure you keep a good coat of wax on the table. Huh. That's interesting. Hey, Jeff's back. Look at that. Yeah, I've never really spent any time in arcade playing these machines. A little bit, not much. I didn't get really into playing them until I started fixing them. Because after I fix the machine, I have to play it to make sure it works. so, you know, so I know it's a rough job, but somebody's got to do it. So yeah, I actually got paid to play video games. So everything is solenoid activated, all right? From underneath the table is a solenoid. And when the ball hits the bumper, it activates the solenoid underneath, which is what, snaps the thing up, which forces, that's what shoots the ball back out, back into the play field. It's all an electric solenoid underneath the play field that operates all the bumpers that make the ball react. And sometimes those would fail. Usually I'd get a call. It usually wasn't the bumpers; it was the flipper solenoid. The same solenoid's used for everything. The round ball things in the middle, or the rubber bouncers off the sides, and the flippers. They all use the same solenoid. And they just react differently how they're how the mechanical arm flicks the ball back into play. So it's a combination of the solenoid and the rubber together is what creates the action. And most of the time it's the flipper that's bad on a pinball machine. When I would go out and the game's not playing right, it would usually be one of the flippers is either weak. Like you would hold the button in to make the the flipper stay up so you can hold the ball. Well, it wasn't strong enough to hold the ball up. The ball would hit it and push it back down. And so so that was most of the solenoids I replaced in the machines were the flippers. But occasionally I would do anything else that needed it, an occasional rubber here or there. But most of the time, all that got refurbished. When I was working for Walter, we brought these machines back to the shop often. Every time we changed them out, which was every month or or 2 months, we would move all the machines around. And we would take fresh machines that have been cleaned, re-waxed, new rubbers, everything, out on location and bring that machine back to the shop. And then we clean that one up and then take it to a different location and bring that machine back, clean it up. And so we would always have, you know, a half a dozen machines in the shop that we would be working on in the shop to refurbish them back to, you know, good, clean, you know, all the solenoids are good and strong and the rubbers are new, and then we'd take it out to a new location and oh, and now we're talking about cold cures, huh? Anyway, yeah, that was fun to go down memory lane. I loved that job. I gotta tell you, that was the best job to drive around all day long, just go from bar to bar or wherever, and repair a machine, test it, make sure it was working. The most gratifying one was the bowlers. Do you guys remember the ball bowlers? The you know, the playfield would be about, I don't know, 10, 12 feet long. The pins would go up into the carriage above, and you had a round ball about the size of a softball. It was a hard wooden ball. It might even have been made out of some kind of composite. I don't know if you guys remember that or not. When I left Walter Music, I went to work for Casey, and there was only about one guy in the whole state of Ohio that could fix a ball bowler, and he worked for Walter. And his name was Ronnie Barnes, and he taught me a bunch about fixing those machines. It's all mechanical. There's nothing electronic in these machines at all. It's all wiper arms and brass contacts, you know, and wiring. So yeah, Space Invaders. Yeah, that was one of the first ones out. Um, so anyway, I forgot what I was saying. Yeah, Galaga was a good game too. That's one of the games. If you buy a machine, you know, I'll tell you who sells it too is Kohl's was one of the places that sells that multi-game. It's got Galaga, Tempest, uh, um, Pac-Man, Miss Pac-Man. You know, it's got like 5 or 7 different games in one cabinet, and all the games are in there, and you can, you know, and all the controls are on the play, you know, for each type, because a lot of games use different controllers. Centipede. So you have to have different controls for different games. Some only need buttons, some have the joystick, and so anyway, so yeah, when I went to work for Casey, he had bought 3 of these bowlers, and they didn't work. So he hired me to fix them. So I fixed the first one. I refurbished the whole thing, got it working really good, and we took it out to a bar in Chardon, Ohio, and set it up. And it wasn't there a day. I shit you not. It was a day, and I got a service call on it. And I was like, shit. You know, that thing was working perfect. What's wrong with it? So I drive out there and I open the box, and all these quarters fell out on the floor. That thing had $200 or $300 worth of quarters in it in one fucking day. I couldn't believe it. I called my boss up. I said, Casey, I've got a service call on the bowler out here in Char. And he goes, oh, really? What's wrong with it? I said, it's got $300 worth of quarters in it. That's what's wrong with it. He said, you're shitting me. I said, no, you need to come out here and empty this machine. Because I wasn't allowed to take the money out of the machine. So he drove up there. He bought me dinner. He says, oh, my God. He says, how soon can you get the next one working? I said, I don't know. Let me go work on it. So, oh, my God. I couldn't believe it myself. I just couldn't believe that was that popular in a small bar. I think they started a league that night. And we're just playing it nonstop, and it was full of fucking money. It wouldn't take any more quarters. There was no place for the quarter to go. The machine was full of quarters. I mean, it was the whole inside. The coin box was overflowing out onto in there, and it backed up all the way right into the coin mech. So literally a quarter couldn't go down through the wiper thing, the little swinging arm thing, to record that it took a quarter. They were backed all the way up into the coin mech, so it couldn't take another quarter. I couldn't fucking believe it. I was like, oh my God. One day. It was filled up in one fucking day. It's like, that's insane. So, yeah, for a while there, I think Casey had to go out there every day and empty the coin mech. It was, the coin box. It was every day. It was full. He had to go out there and empty it every day. He used to get hundreds of dollars out of it every day. One machine. Man, those were popular. They still are, I think. I don't know if anybody's got any that at work, but yeah, that was amazing. I couldn't believe it. Well, I'm going to call it, guys. But hey, this was a lot of fun tonight. I reminiscing down memory lane with the vending machines. It was a lot of fun tonight. I appreciate you guys bringing that into the game tonight, because that was cool. I remember most of that stuff very well, and yeah, so that's pretty cool. So. And I'm surprised you never heard of the haunted house pinball machine. That was, man, when that thing hit, that was crazy. Everybody wanted to play that thing, and it would do it's sitting there idle in a bar or wherever it was at, and then all of a sudden it would just crank out a howl or something, some haunted house sound would come out of it to get your attention. Hey, come look at me. And it was a really cool machine. The sounds that came out of it and everything, and being a triple level. It was a pretty cool. Machine. So I remember when that one came out. So. All right, guys. All right, so I'm going to call it. But thanks for coming, guys. I'm glad this was a fun night. I enjoyed this. Thanks for coming. I'll see you guys next week. Do you guys like Saturday night, or would you rather me go back Thursday night? Just from the 7 of you guys that are still here. Just curious. I don't know if it would be better on Thursday or leave it at Saturday. So, you don't have to answer tonight. Think about it. Let me know in the comments, though, next week, or you can leave a message down below. So, anyway. All right, guys. Have a great night. Thanks a lot. We'll see you later. Let me shut this thing down.